morning, everybody. God is good. And all the time. Thank you. Shall we pray? Our Father and our God, we are so grateful this morning. What a privilege to be alive on this day, this season of Kenya, when we are discussing issues to do with our farmers, oh my Father. Thank you, Lord, for the gift of life. Thank you, Lord, for bringing us to this venue safely. People have traveled from different parts of this country and they are here. Thank you, Lord, for joining us this morning. Father, even as we start this meeting, we pray for your wisdom, that, Lord, you may guide us, even as we discuss issues to do with the farmers in our country, God, and even in Africa, Jehovah. So that, Lord, we may be able, we the professionals, we may be able to impact positively. So that, Lord, we may have food security, and our farmers may have money in their pockets, so that, Lord, they may also remember to give you thanks, Jehovah. Thank you, Lord, for each and every person who came, my Lord. And even, Lord, those who are on their way, Father, may you quicken their steps, so that, Lord, we can start together, Lord. Therefore, Lord, we want to commit each and everything that we will discuss today, the whole program, we commit it unto you, so that, Lord, at the end of the day, all the glory and honor will go back to you. Therefore, Lord, we just want to commit everything to you, because you are loving Father. We thank you and we bless your holy name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. Amen. Jegen is one of our board members. So we want to start, and as we start, we are going to be quite flexible, because we have some people who will be joining us from the ministry at some point. I think they are quite busy. So we will be flexible and we'll be able to align them to when they come, and we give them the opportunity to be able to talk to us. But because of the time, we want to limit our progress, and we start our meeting today. So I'd like to invite Francis, who will be our moderator today, to be able to take us through the climate setting and the introduction part of it. So can you please start?
Thank you, Peter. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. So my name is Francis Shibonje, and I will be moderating the workshop for the 2 days that we'll be here. So I would like to welcome each and every one of you. Thank you for showing up. So this is a 2-day symposium, third National Agricultural Extension Symposium, organized by the Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services in Kenya, that is KEFAS. And we are going to go through a number of sessions, a number of discussions, mainly looking at how to move our extension advisory services from the silo kind of thinking that we are used to a more inclusive, participatory, systemic kind of thinking, so that it is well coordinated. There are interactions between extension, between research, extension, and also education, and all the innovations that we develop for purposes of benefiting our farmers. So before I move on, I would like us to know each other in the room. So we'll start with a quick introduction, just giving 30 seconds to each one of us to be able to introduce themselves. Be brief because of time. We're already running behind schedule, so we want to save time so that we can be able to catch up. So you just introduce yourself by giving your name, and then your organization, if you wish. You can also tell us briefly your role in that organization, and then briefly why you are here. So be brief. we'll start from here, then we go to the back.
Good morning, everybody. My name is I'm a board member of KEFAS. I'm a retired civil servant. I worked with the Ministry of Agriculture for 37 years. So in extension, extension is in my blood. I'm very excited to be here. After retirement, I tried farming. I know what farmers go to do. So even as we discuss about farming, I know the other side of farming. I know from professional and being hands-on farmer. You know that I'm a mediator. I mediate disputes. If you have disputes here, you can let me know. If you have disputes with your shepherds, with your colleagues, and whatever, let me know. I'm a very good mediator. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Yes, my name is Daphne Mushai. I'm one of the board members of KEFAS. I'm also a trained extensionist who has practiced and who is now advocating for the same. Currently, I'm working with the Women Farmers Association of Kenya as the executive director, and we are trying to bring farmers, women farmers specifically, to deal with matters agriculture, and more so to build their capacity to do it profitably, to improve their livelihoods.
Hello everyone, I'm Gregory Katiso. I'm a VDA at a Cereal Growers Association, working on a model, which is the VDA model, steered by AGRA. So I do offer special services to farmers.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Kinyanju. I am here to represent the CC Agriculture Nairobi County. My role is I'm a deputy director in the agriculture subsector in Nairobi County. I was trained by Philomena when I was a young man, many years ago. I think by the time I joined the service. So I'm also a trade extensionist, and Karibuni Nairobi, and I will have a chance to discuss so that you can have the urban agriculture perspective and why it matters so much.
Morning, my name is Gerald George. I work for an organization called OPIC, which stands for Base of Pyramid Innovation Center. I work for a program known as Two-Scale. Two-Scale is an inclusive agribusiness accelerator working in 9 countries. In Africa, we support smallholder farmers, processors, and ensuring that the low-income consumers have access to nutritious food. My role is a senior program manager. Glad to be here.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Wow. I'm a digital director from Murang'a County, working with farmers from Murang'a County, where we offer services like sustainable land management and all other extension services. Thank you.
Good morning. Yeah, My name is Elliot Konja. I too work with the two-scale, just like George. Second from SMB. Two-scale is a consortium project, but it's coming to an end in the next few months. It's been there for 12 years. We interact more. I'm here to network with you. I've been asking myself, where are the senior advisors? But I'm seeing them in the room now at campus. Like Philomena, it is sad that when people get out of the service, they go and disappear from to mentor the young ones. Like when I look at where I work at the SMB, majority of them are very young. I'm maybe the oldest there now. Also leaving SMB very soon to join the advisory work. So thank you, and good to interact with you.
Good morning. I'm Cecilia Moon from Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. I'm the director of the Institute of Technology Research in the university. Apart from training our students, we also train farmers and also secondary schools. We have many products in the institute, and we also do extension work. Today I'm here to see how I can improve my extension and the institute's extension services to the farmers and even to the young ones. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Agnes Kabo from Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, JKUAT. I'm a lecturer and a researcher in the School of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. And I'm here to connect with the agricultural extensionists and advisors. Researchers are accused of shelving their research and not extending it to the farmers or to the end users. And so we are here with my colleague so that we can connect with the people on the ground and transfer our research to the farm. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Eunice Karanja. I work with Kemp County as an extension officer, and my role is just to disseminate the extension message that she's talking about. Besides that, I think to facilitate me disseminate the extension messages, I have a YouTube channel called Eunice Karanja, the Farmer's Friend, that I just use to pass different technologies. And the background of this YouTube channel is offering a platform where farmers can learn from other farmers, and occasionally I will send a message that I think is worth going out there, and I am glad to be here. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. My name is Suko Savannah. I'm the CEO of a company called Green Dreams Tech, founder of ICA, which is an extension platform offering a variety of different digital tools to farmers. Our focus is on soil microbial health and nutrient density in foods. So not just volumes, but actually measuring the nutrients that nourish our cells and making sure that farmers are producing in sustainable and regenerative ways, not mining their soil, but improving their productivity profitably. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I've noticed. Good morning, everyone. Anita Kirote, National Potato Council, in charge of partnerships. Key to note, we're implementing the Kenya Sustainable Potato Initiative for 3 years, funded by AGRA, and we're working together with Calro and Egerton. So yeah, and we have the VBAs, just like CGA. Yes, so thank you, and we are glad to be here. Asante.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Wanu. I'm the founder of AGN, Agroecology Global Network, currently connecting poultry farmers and chicken farmers from Samburu County, Maralal, with the market here in Nairobi. And I'm also working on empowering youths
Good morning. My name is Mohammed Anna, founder of Agriculture Solutions Limited. We work with farmers in mostly Western Kenya, integrating them in sunflower and soybean production. Then we're using IoT and blockchain to help them in extension services and traceability of their produce. We are here to look for partners also for design a model so that more companies can benefit from technology. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Calvin Kimani, and I'm a member of the KEFAS team, and I'm glad to have you here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm from the Forest State. My name is Manjini Omuso. I write stories on agriculture for the Standard Media.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Miriam Mali. I'm a veterinarian working with the Directorate of Veterinary Services in charge of animal welfare, communication, and extension. Thank you.
I'm Jambo Amini. My name is Dr. Kamal Johnson. I work for the Directorate of Veterinary Services and the section of Veterinary Research Services. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Pardon me, I have quite a few, so my voice will be a bit hoarse. So, my name is Dennis Dianta. I'm the founder of an organization known as From Within Solution. From Within Solution is an organization that is based in Nakuru but serves clients across the country. We mainly focus on business advisory services. So, over the few years, we've been focusing on advising sector agnostic businesses, but my background in agribusiness has been catching up with me. So over time, I've found myself in this space, having partnered with organizations such as Game Nakuru to offer trainings and advisory services to farmers to ensure that we are able to produce safe and nutritious food. One of the other roles, which is probably why I'm here today, is I serve as an advisor to an organization known as EcoCity Africa, which is based in Nakuru. So EcoCity started as a model farm to promote urban sustainable farming and ensure that people are producing safe food in a sustainable way. And we are happy so far. We've been having monthly trainings with farmers and incubating people with ideas. And I'm happy to be a witness today and tell you and ask you actually a question. So how many of us have interacted with the poultry industry? A show of hands. How many of us in this room are concerned about food safety? Good. So for those of us who've interacted with poultry and have interacted and are concerned about safety, how many of us have seen safe eggs in the market? Yeah? So we are proud to say we are one of the first players within Nakuru to actually have pasteurized eggs that are being sold in liters. So I'm very happy to be here to learn more about extension as I go back and interact with the farmers we work with to be able to offer more value to them. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Purity Kaburu. I work with CALRO, Vet Sciences Research Institute, Mogoga. I'm here because I have done some work on contracted extension delivery model that is been used by several government projects, and I will be presenting my work tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. My name is Lynette Gaki. I work with the Women Farmers Association of Kenya as a program officer, and I look forward to my part of this story. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
ADS. ADS is African Development Services, which are based on two value chains, horticulture and dairy. The purpose of that program is to scaling up renewable energy. Renewable energy, we are training the farmers on how to use the solar energies and also biogas. When we have the biogas, the waste is used for horticulture. May God bless you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kariki Gerald. I'm an extension service provider from Kiambu County. I am glad to be here and look forward to learning more about the agricultural innovation systems so that we can be able to cascade them to our farmers or our main clients. Asante.
Good morning. My name is Kuresh Rafdin. I work with APAC, that's for Green Revolution in Africa, in the sustainable farming unit, working on extension, input distribution, and agro-land development. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, somebody said the room is silent. Good morning, everybody. That's what you said. Actually, when we have space like this, I expect the voices to be louder. Many times we find ourselves in squeezed rooms, but you've been given space. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Lilian Mihasi. I work for AFAS. I'm an extensionist. Thank you. I am not.
Don't think that she's the EP of AFAS. Good morning, everyone. Good to be here this morning. My name is Shola Adeyemo. I also work with AGRA and I lead the extension work there. Thank you.
Is there anybody left out? Okay, so thank you to everyone for introducing yourselves. Yeah, my name is Francis Shiwanje. Been in extension, both in government, in private sector, in civil society, been all over the place. But basically now we know who is in the room. We've seen, we have our extension teams and those who provide services to farmers within our food system from the NGO sector or civil society. We have those who come from government. We have a good number of people from the county governments, and we know that agriculture and extension services have been devolved, so it is good to have them in the team. They are the soldiers or the food soldiers who are on the ground working with farmers and disseminating innovations and technologies to the farmers. We also have a few private sector practitioners within the extension advisory service provision in the room. So, and we also have different generations of extension advisory providers, those who retired but they're not tired, they're in the room, some of them mentoring the young ones, some of them still providing services to our farmers and farming communities. We have those who are still young and coming up as professionals within the food system and the agriculture space, providing services to our farmers. We have seen that we have also researchers in the room. Who say that they are always accused of developing research and innovations up there and keeping them on the shelves to gather dust, not involving the extension providers, not involving the farmers to understand the needs that farmers have and to tailor-make their research and innovations to the needs of the farmers. So we have everybody in the room so that we can be able to have a conversation and see how we can converge and come up with solutions that are all-inclusive, that are able to be practical in terms of implementation and provide practical and working solutions to the challenges that we face in our food system. That is what we are here to do. So moving on swiftly, we have very detailed and busy schedule ahead of us for the 2 days, starting today, and then we end up finalizing tomorrow, at the end of the day tomorrow. I will not go into details about what is in the program, because I know each and every one of you has a program, but basically we will have different presentations from different people from the industry and from the partners that are involved in this symposium. Later on in the afternoon, we will have a panel discussion just to say, to get more insight from experts from the industry. And then tomorrow we will have a series of scientific papers being presented that are relevant to the theme and the discussions that we are having in this symposium. And then later on we will conclude with a way forward, and also just agreeing on how we can turn around our extension service provision from the silo mentality, the silo thinking, where everyone is doing their own small thing within their small space, and see how we can be able to pull efforts together, to work together, to coordinate ourselves, and see how we can be more impactful in providing advisory services to mainly our farming communities and the food system in general. So we've done introductions, just some quick rules to be able to help us stay here peacefully and mind each other, and also just interact constructively. Number one, I know all of us have phones. It's a digital era, and we have needs and urgent calls that we might want to attend to, but please keep your phone on silent so it doesn't disrupt the discussions. Number two, time management. As I've said earlier, we're already running behind schedule, so let us manage time efficiently so that we can be able to cover ground and have meaningful discussions. So when we go for breaks, maybe coffee break or lunch break, let us be back in time and just manage the time within the sessions. If you're presenting, please keep within the allocated time. And then thirdly and finally, let's have a respectful engagement. Each one of us has diverse views, diverse opinions on the discussions that we'll be having here, but let us respect those diverse opinions and perspectives that we hold, because in that diversity, that is where we get value and we get solutions for the challenges that we face, because the challenges that we face are also diverse in nature. But let us do that with the utmost respect for each other's views and opinions. Then having said that, I would like us to move on and just quickly get an understanding of why we are here and what will form the discussions, understand the objectives, the themes, or the theme for this conference. And to give us this presentation, I'll invite Mr. Peter Mwangi to take us through that. Thank you.
Okay, let's appreciate Francis. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Francis, for taking us through. And I'm excited. I think when I was going around, I did not introduce myself properly. I am Peter Mwangi. I'm the country focal person for the Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services Kenya. And I'm sure one of the board members will be able to give us more information about GEFAS and who we are. So the reason why we are here today is because if you look behind me, here we have our National Agriculture Extension Conference, and we have this thing we are saying we want to move from silos to systems. So the main key thing is that we want people to move from silos, whereby we have been operating from silos in our own cocoon, but we want to move from there so that we can be able to know what all the actors are doing within the ecosystem of agriculture extension and advisory services. So we are looking at this thing, And we are saying we want to strengthen agriculture extension systems through collective action. And this is toward sustainable food systems. That one is quite loaded when we are looking at the food system. These days we're looking at inclusive food system. My colleague has asked us whether we know of safe eggs. Food safety is very, very key to us, nutritional and food security. So we want to think in a sustainable manner how we can be able to sustain our food systems. And this is through strengthening our agriculture extension system. Most of us are in agriculture extension space, and what we have been doing within our own ways, whether you are from public or private sector, you have been offering some form of advisory and extension service. I remember Esther is from Kiambu, you use YouTube or those channels to offer extension, and that one is very, very innovative because she must be able to reach very, very many farmers through YouTube. And if you look at possibly the number of people who are visiting your YouTube, there are quite many. So that is a very, very innovative way for us to be able to reach the last mile. So that's what we are going to have a deliberation around. And here we have a number of thematic areas. Number one, we want to look at how we can be able to strengthen the multi-actors extension structures at county level in the case of Kenya, because our economy, our agriculture is devolved. Remember, we have Schedule 4, which has really spelled out which functions of agriculture has been devolved and which ones have been left at the national level. So at the national level, I'm sure we have only been left with the policy, capacity building, and the issue of standards. But everything else is within the county. And you find that one is a key area we need to deliberate and see how we can be able to work together within the inter-county. Number two, we are looking at leveraging on these emerging technologies. These days, we have very many new technologies, particularly which are working within the green economy. Today, you have the solar panel, which is using to pump water. So we have so many of those technologies which we need to leverage on so that we can be able to increase our food system in a sustainable manner. The other one is inclusive extension approaches. I have had quite a number of us are in the digital space, and here we are using digital technology to be able to reach the last mile. So how can we be able to really have those inclusive approaches? I am sure within the introduction we have the PPA, they have said what they are doing, offering extension and advisory services. It is key to us, but as we say, we are moving from silos to systems. We would really want to incorporate all these things within our policy framework such that we could be able to work around that. The other one is to bring in this ecosystem, the women and the youth. These days, I know we have a lot of issues relating to the youth, and us as an organization, we have been doing quite a lot to be able to support the youth because they can be able to support agricultural production, and that one is important. And then we want to have extension beyond production. Most of us who have been in extension for quite some time, you are very much aware that before we have been doing just agricultural production, and all the extension officers were aligning so much to agricultural production. But we would want to move from there and be able to look at the other value chains within the within other functions within the value chain, particularly the downstream, where we have value addition. We are not doing very well in agribusiness, or where we are looking at issues of agri-processing. I'm sure we are doing about 16%, which is very, very low, but we are still producing, and we have a lot of young people who are not employed. So those are areas we want to look at, and then we come up at strategies for expensive extension within the agri-food system. So we want to have those strategies to have responsive extension to be able to support our farmers. So that is why we have convened here, and this convening has been brought together by the effort of AFAS. I'm sure we'll be able to give the opportunities of the Act. We have AFAS, we have AGRA, and we have 1 Acre, who have come together and started to form a coalition. And this coalition is very, very key because we want to have a coalition which is cutting across Africa, and this one is one of the agenda of the AUC. So that is why we are here, and you'll be able to spend the whole of today discussing issues of coalitions, and then we end up with coming up with an action plan. So we'll be able to come up with an action plan whereby we can be able to be looking at each other and say, here we agree, we are going to do A, B, and C. So I think that's why we are here, and I have seen some people have joined us. I would really like to recognize the CEC devolution from Muranga County, Bwana Kerigai Kamau, karibu sana, we are happy. I have also seen Bwana Mulinge. Mulinge is from Kara, yeah, karibu sana. I think we'll be able to pass the mic and then you can greet us at some point, but I'm sure we'll be able to be heavily engaged within the discussion. I've seen my colleague Mercy. Oh yes. And I don't know who else who have just joined. So I'm sure those ones will be able to give them the opportunity. So that is why we are here, and the expected output of this is that we want to have a workable action plan which we are all going to own and will be able to move with it. So with that, I would like now to go to the next session where I want to be guided by Kuleshi, the issue of the goodwill, or we just leave it. Okay, I would like to invite Bwana Kuleshi to be able to give us the message from Agra.
Good morning once again. My name is Koresh, as I said. And first, it's good to be here among friends. I'm sure some old friends are surprised that I'm putting on specs at the time. Yeah, but I take this opportunity to warmly welcome you on behalf of John Masharia, who is country director, Accra, Kenya. The way we are organized, we have so Accra works in 15 countries now. Of course, with the headquarters in Nairobi, so we have the teams based in Nairobi, and then in each of the 15 countries, we have country teams. But unfortunately, there was a clash of meetings, so the Kenya team will join later. Some of you heard that there was some funding from the Green Climate Fund on the post-harvest management program, where Kenya is part of that. So today, there was the baseline presentation and partners meeting, which had been scheduled much earlier. That's why the Kenya team is away, but once they are through with that meeting, they'll be able to come here. So my colleague, Shola, who is leading Extension, will talk more about the Africa Extension Coalition. But in terms of the Kenya programs right now, we have several programs going on, basically more on strengthening regenerative agriculture in Kenya, and of course Extension playing a key role. And for us, we echo a lot supporting countries in moving towards pluralism and making sure it works. So we've been supporting several countries in this area, and in Kenya, we supported, among other partners, the Kenya Agricultural Sector Extension Policy. And again, the good news is that from next month, we've been working with the Ministry and Council of Governors, and we'll be having funding to domesticate the CASEP to around 15 counties, which we'll discuss, of course, with the caucus chair, which these counties will be. And again, also we are supporting the domestication of the Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Action Plan, which extension is a key issue identified by our heads, our presidents. You remember this was done in May last year, and then of course with other partners. That had to be domesticated at regional level, so we supported the ECOWAS, SADC, and ESC to domesticate this action plan at the regional level, and again also with GIZ and FDC. We've been supporting the domestication at the national level, led by the ministry. We have Engineer Laman, and then David Kamau, who've been leading this process. So indeed, what stands out is extension. And we have to, because I've seen even in some of those discussions, like the one with fertilizer and soil, and then extension is like, it takes a back seat again. So we have to come out strongly and fight for our space, because it's been one of the big challenges or pain points in terms of development is this inadequate extension services. So as I said, on behalf of the Kenya country team, we warmly welcome you here to share experiences, and as Peter said at the end of it, we have a good action plan that we can take it forward and see how we can actualize it at the county level, including all the players within the sector. So welcome, and hope we'll have some good, fruitful discussion. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Kudashi. Very clear with what AGRA is doing. I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to have AFAS say something, and of course, Sarah will be able to say something. But at this time, I think I had skipped somewhere in the program. Daphne, I want to invite one of our board members so that he can officially welcome us on behalf of our chair. She will be able to tell us where our chair is, and she will be able to tell us more information. So Daphne, sorry for that.
Good morning once again. For those who have come later, my friend Kirimel there, and the others. My name is Daphne Ichai, and I'm one of the board members of KEFAS. That is the Kenya Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services. And I would like the board members to stand briefly so that we recognize them. The board members present, before I give the apology of our chairman. Yes, the others have different commitments, and the others have also other personal challenges, but we are, and Peter is part of the board. Yeah, thank you very much, have your seat. Our chairman, Professor Tonimo, is the lecturer of the Turkana University, and as we speak here is in Naivasha, doing what he must do for the university. So he sends his apology and really appreciates the fact that we are all here and we honor the invite. So I'm grateful for all the people that have honored our invitation. Our guest of honor has not arrived, but we are all guests of honors because we invited you and you came. The CEO of AFAS, Madam Dr. Lillian, thank you so much for coming. she'll be talking later, and all distinguished guests, the representative of AGRA, who have really supported us so much, and the other supporters of this initiative, we thank you so very much. Thank you, our board members, and all the practitioners and supporters of agricultural extension and advisory services. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to welcome all of us to our third National Agricultural Extension Symposium. And we want to say that as KEFAS, we are under the umbrella of what was started then in 2016 when it was launched. And KEFAS was formed under the National Agricultural Sector Extension Policy 2012. So we are working to support what the government is doing in as far as agricultural and advisory service is concerned. Our core objective really is to bring all of us together under one platform. Those who are doing something under agricultural extension or advisory services. So that is the key mandate of KEFAS. And KEFAS is also a member of AFAS, that is the African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, which is also a member of GFRAS, that is the global platform. So we are connected from the national all the way to the global. And our main objective is to lobby and advocate through a platform for agricultural extension service providers. We build that platform so all of us, we can look at it and ask ourselves which are the areas that are working, which are the areas that are not working. Also to support the development of synthesis of evidence, because these days we are in a digital era, we cannot run away from that. When some of us were introducing themselves, they were under the olden extension service provision frameworks. Right now, you cannot run away from digital. And we are saying we bring all this together, package it, and then disseminate. Whatever part you're playing, you're still gearing towards giving a pluralistic extension services. Also, one of the other objectives is to identify and upskill best practices and innovations. And in this room, today and tomorrow, between today and tomorrow, people will be giving us innovations that they have tried and tested and they are working, and now we can upskill them in our different institutions and organizations that we are representing. But key to all this is building partnerships. You cannot walk the talk alone, because each one of us is doing something in extension, and building partnerships is key, because you cannot deliver alone. So partnerships, and we are honored today to have so many partners in the room and other stakeholders. So this is key to what we are doing. And the membership really is governments, both the national, county governments, public benefit organizations, civil societies, farmer organizations, training and research institutions, national and international partners who are in that space. Financial institutions, they are key, because we need all of this in the same roof. Because we have said it's partnerships so that you can all deliver. Currently, the membership of KEFAS is 264 registered members and 26 institutions. And we are very happy that we are going towards our 10th anniversary, which will be up next year, and we believe our 4th symposium will be greater and wider. We will invite more members, because 10 years we'll be looking back and asking ourselves, what have we achieved? what are the challenges still that we need to work through. And in this year's theme, from silos to systems, it really is part of what we want to build on so that we will strengthen extension through collective action towards sustainable food systems. We are now talking systems. Actually, in every sector, now it's about systems. It's no longer about a platform that just talks about one thing. It has to be system, holistically, pluralistic, because at the end of the day, we want to see that everybody, each piece is being put together, a big jigsaw, then we have a real platform that works, and everybody feels they are represented. More so, our small-scale farmers. Because at the end of the day, the large-scale farmers are doing it well on their own. But what about the 60+% of the food providers and producers? We need to see that the advisory services that are reaching them are bringing to the plate healthy diet. Somebody talked about eggs and milk also. Whatever we are consuming should be nutritious but also healthy, because we can't run away from having healthy diets. So with that, I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of us. And by tomorrow, we have said we'll have a workable action plan that each one of us fits in. It's not for Kefas, it's for all of us. Because we have to take home something that will work for you and for your institution or organization. Thank you very much, and you're most welcome.
So thank you very much, Daphne, for coming us to this forum. And I really apologize again, because you did wait for the board members to welcome, and we can be able to invite the next presenter. Now, we don't have a presenter from the one. Anne is not there. I have tried to reach her. She was not able of picking the phone, but she's well represented because she's part of this consortium. Then from there, I am told we are going to get the guest from the ministry. He's coming, but we cannot be able to keep waiting. We'll be able to organize the protocols when he comes. So at this point, I would like to invite Madam Lillian from AFAS. Is part of the consortium for the coalition, and you'll be able to start by telling us who AFAS is, and then she'll be able now to give us a presentation.
I'm happy this day to be here. I really feel honored by Kefas to have invited me to be part and parcel of this forum. As they were calling the board members, I was not sure whether to stand or not, because they did not give me a t-shirt. But I was one of the board members at Kefas, or am I still, before I moved to AFAS. And as I grew through the ranks, I realized if I remain with Kefas, I'll become a bit biased. So I opened up to other forums also. And therefore, I've not been very active member of the board, but I'm part and parcel it will not be about KEFAS, but about us. But as I always say, when we talk about AFAS is the body that has been mandated by the African Union to enhance performance of agriculture extension and advisory service in the continent. We are a convener, we are a broker, we are the coordinator of agriculture extension and advisory service. And we are affiliated to GFRAS, as it was said. GFRAS is the Global Forum for Rural Advisory Service Provision. And AFAS does not work on its own. At national level, it works with its networks, the country fora. The country fora in Kenya here, we are talking about KEFAS, who have convened us here. So when we are coming down to the national level, KEFAS becomes the AFAS on the ground, the convener, the coordinator, the ones that are enhancing performance of agriculture extension and advisory service. And when we talk about convening, we are talking about convening every partner that has interest in agriculture extension and advisory service. Therefore, we are all KEFAS at the moment because we have interest in extension and advisory service. Some of us say we are researchers. Yes, when we talk about researcher, we are talking about scaling. And currently, when we talk about research, many of our research institutions are now focusing on extension, on scaling what has been developed. And therefore, they become members of KEFAS. They become stakeholders interested in extension and advisory service. We talk about the private sector. We are coming up with new business models, but to do what? To reach the smallholder farmers, to provide advisory service providers. Therefore, we are key when we are talking about KEFAS. We talk about the policy makers. Extension cannot function without policy. We cannot reach farmers without enabling environment that enables us to serve. The private sector cannot perform without that enabling environment. Therefore, the policy makers become critical when we are talking about KEFAS, when we are talking about AFAS. So when we are talking about KEFAS, AFAS, it is about all of us. The farm organization, the farmer themselves, they are critical to this convening. Therefore, as we talk about moving from silos, as we move from silos and move forward to systems, each of us becomes very critical in this aspect. Did we have another microphone which will help me not to hold like this? We have to use this. We are all becoming digital, and as we move to this digital era also, we go ahead. But thank you very much. That's an introduction about KEFAS, that's an introduction about AFAS and GFRAS. And we work together with our partners. As was rightly said, in the Food System Summit of last year, we talked about how can we enhance extension and advisory service provision. And therefore we talked about the coalition. Currently, we have the Coalition for Extension and Advisory Service, which Peter mentioned. We have AGRA, we have One Acre Fund, we have AFAS, who are the conveners. But we have all of us. I was just telling Shola, the coalition in Kenya now is very big because we are all members. By the end of today, we are all part and parcel of the coalition of extension service. Say aye. Aye. We are all there. So, because we are all interested in this. And we realize this is the only way that we are going to enhance our performance in extension and advisory service. So my presentation today, as we saw, we are going to look at moving from silos to systems. And I'm going to have it in this way. This is how I'll outline my presentation. We look at the introduction, what is the challenge, the systems thinking, and why it matters to us. We look at innovation system in practice. Then we look at the collective action and our call to action. And at the end of it, we are all going to commit to be part and parcel of this system. We are all going to be part and parcel of this coalition. Besides the coalition that is overall, we also have another coalition what we call the Coalition for Strengthening Agriculture Extension and Advisory Service. Kuresh talked more about the African Soil Health Action Plan, which is now on. Within implementation of this, the Soil Initiative of Africa has 5 coalitions. And within it is the Coalition for Strengthening Agriculture Extension and Advisory Service, which we call it the C4Cs. The C4Cs is led by AFA, supported by Sasakawa Africa. We have all partners, including Agra, One Acre Fund, and others, plus you, because we are doing a lot in implementing this. Therefore, we are happy that even today, as we move to this, as we talk about implementation in Kenya, we are already well ahead of this. So, as we move from this, the first question I'll ask, we are all here. We have all introduced ourselves. We have talked about the many things that we are doing in Kenya and beyond. But one question I keep asking, and this is something that I'm looking for an answer and I'm yet to receive. Why is it that despite decades of investment in research, innovation, and extension, many of our farmers still face the same persistent challenges? Once in a while I was a teacher. I feel embarrassed to say that because my lecturer is here. Once in a while I was a teacher. Why do we think we are facing this situation? Every time when we start to talk, we are talking about low productivity. We are talking about vulnerability to climate change. We are talking about limited access. And yet there's a lot of investment that has gone in agriculture. There's a lot of investment that has gone into research. At times we say very little investment has gone in extension, but there's still a lot that has gone into extension. Why do we have low productivity? Why are we vulnerable to climate shocks? Why are farmers still limited in access of markets? And also we talk about exclusion from processes. The reality is here. Many times we find that we are all here, different institutions, who are very busy working in different places, trying to create impact wherever we are to transform agriculture. Peter talked about inclusive, resilient, and sustainable food systems. But what is the issue? We are here, fragmented. Someone was asking, have you heard of so and so? You've heard of this and this? Some of us are hearing for the first time, and we are all working within the extension system. Research, extension, policy, private sector, farmers, we are all working in our own ways. Farmers are busy trying to produce, to ensure they deliver the food that is required for the continent. We are also there as researchers, working very hard to develop technologies. The extensions are also busy. In our own way, we are struggling to ensure that we reach out to farmers. But each of us is on. This theme of this conference wouldn't have come at a better time than this. From science system strengthening, extension systems through collective action towards sustainable food system calls for us to rethink about agriculture. It calls us to rethink about our systems. It calls us to think about building systems that are connected, inclusive, adaptive, and capable of delivering to scale. Agriculture innovation systems become critical. And as we say, we must provide the frameworks that make this shift. I'm proud to stand here when I remember the lecturer who taught me agriculture innovation system is right here. Therefore, I feel so encouraged because I feel the knowledge was not wasted. But it becomes wasted when I see all of us working in silos and we are not working as a system. Therefore, why is moving from silos to system mattering to us at such a time as this? Many times we find that we are working on our own. Is it only news that, or is that a reality? Is this a reality or is it my dream? You find that when one worker fund is working on its own, they are spending resources. AGRA is spending resources. AFAS is spending resources. The county government is spending resources. Actually, the cost is very high. In the long run, we have a lot of duplication. So as we continue to duplicate what we are doing, we find that we are creating weak impact. And that's the question we are asking. Why is the farmer still vulnerable? Why all of us are still working so hard? We are duplicating our efforts. The knowledge is not utilized. There is weak adoption. There is the exclusion of youth and women. As much as we say youth and women, we find that we are progressing. But since we feel the youth and women have not reached the level that we are, because we have been in extension for these many years, we find that we cannot engage them. Result is slow response to climate shocks and market vulnerability or market volatility. English came with the C. So, why is it important for us to think as systems? What is system thinking? Systems thinking means partnerships. Someone, it was the board member, talked about the need to have partnerships. We must ensure that knowledge is flowing. It's through a system that knowledge flows. Many times I usually like giving this example when I think about a system. Those of my age or older can remember the radio system that we had. The young generation may not remember now. I don't know if anybody remembers that radio that our parents used to carry to the farm. The small radio system. And it was so nice with that aerial. Without that aerial getting connectivity, then the radio just would be gree. Do you remember that? Yes. And this we used to call it the system. I remember when we could not call it the radio, we were calling it the system. Because it was all encompassed. And I remember one time our system in our village was not working. In our village we used to have one where we would all come and listen. So one time it was not working. And they tried to look for the solution. And that time you'd find the first thing we'll do is hit. Did anybody do that during their time? So ours we did that and it was not working. What had happened? A cockroach had entered into the system and had eaten one wire. What happens? The system is no longer a system. It cannot communicate. How many times in extension or in agriculture we have allowed the cockroach to eat one part of the system? The research, the farming, the extension, or is it the policy? And then we talk about technology has been developed and it's not reaching the last mile. Why? A certain portion of the system has already been eaten by a cockroach. But unless this wire is held, and then it was so simple. We used to have somebody in the village who would just get something, hold those, in fact you cut first that cover, then you hold it together. And the system is back to normal. No complications. Are we able to remove that wire that is covering us, disconnecting us, and just connecting these wires so that the systems can work together? What we are saying, when the system is functional, knowledge will flow, cooperation will happen, and this calls for feedbacks, and we need adaptive learning. Innovation flows through connected networks. Unless the networks are connected, we'll continue speaking about research being on the shelf. Many meetings I have gone where we find researchers. As somebody said, many times when we have a meeting or a forum like this, extension is nobody. It is about research. When researchers are there, the scientists, the issue will be extension are not working, so technology is not getting to the last mile. But is it that extension is not working? How are we involving the extensionists? How are we involving the farmers? So that system is a bit disconnected, and therefore innovations cannot flow. We all need one another. Multi-stakeholder collaboration enhances adoption resilience. We cannot talk about adoption unless we are all together in a multi-stakeholder platform like this. And I am glad today we are here, the beginning of change in Kenya, with KEFAS taking its role as a convener to convene us and to ensure that we are enhancing the performance of extension and advisory services in the continent. When we talk about systems, it is very critical because it's aligning with the African Union Agenda 2063. We talk of CADA post-Malabo, which is now CADA Kampala. When we look at it, extension becomes critical for us to ensure that we are enhancing our food systems and ensuring inclusive and resilient food system. We must ensure that extension or systems are working as expected. And therefore calls each of us to think about systems. When we are thinking about systems, as we look at this picture, we are talking about the farmer. The farmer is not thinking only about producing. He's thinking about how do I deliver to the table. Beyond the farming, value addition, market, food into the mouth. That is a whole system. Are we able to empower our farmers to have a system way of thinking? The researcher is looking at how to incorporate the whole system. As I'm developing the technology, I'm not just thinking about what the farmer is needing, but how am I involving the farmer in my thought process so that I'm not developing what I think the farmer needs, but I'm making the farmer to understand their problem, and once they understand their problem, they are able to co-create solutions together with us. And for the researcher to reach that level, the extensions become a critical enabler to facilitate the change process, to enable the farmer to identify the solution. And then we have to ensure that there are markets as we are producing. Am I producing what I think is a solution, or is that the need that respond to the farmer's need and get market to the farmer? And the policy maker has to ensure that the policies are enabled. When we talk about extension, many times we are thinking about the public extension. But now, where is the private sector? The private sector comes in with their business mind. As we are talking about transfer of technology, they are able to identify the business in that technology. How are we able to scale it? How are we able to multiply what the researcher has provided so that we progress to the next level? What we are saying, as we are working now from now, we are all developing a systems thinking that as we start, we are starting now and we are looking to the end of the whole process. This calls for the agriculture innovation system being in practice. Many of us have talked about the agriculture innovation system. And when we talk about the innovation, many times we are thinking about development of seed. At times we are thinking about the technology. But when we are thinking about the system, it is beyond the technology. It is beyond all. We are thinking about the interaction of the people as we develop this technology and ensure that it gets to the last mile. We are thinking about the institutions that are working in this whole process. And that's why we are all here at such a time as this. As we think about the innovation system, we are all part and parcel of this system. We are thinking about policy, we are thinking about market. And therefore, the extensionist becomes the glue of the whole process to ensure that we are connecting all these actors together, bringing farmers to be able to understand and to co-create solutions with the researchers, ensuring there is market, and also policies providing an enabling environment for co-creation of the process. Once we get to that process, I am sure we will not continue talking about technologies being on the shelves, because we will be developing the technology that is needed by the farmer. We will be developing the technology that is able to be scaled by the business people, because it is relevant at such a time as that. And it will be relevant also to the market that we are building or to the market that we desire. And therefore technologies will not be at the shelves because they'll be attractive. and they'll be attracted to the market. And the policy will be responsive, providing an enabling environment for all this to work. And in it all, the extension is the glue. Extension, we are here to ensure that all these are working together. Therefore, extension becomes critical as a driver for system change when you're thinking about systems thinking. Extension must shift from technology transfer to facilitating innovation, platforms, farmer-driven solutions, and ecosystem services. Many times we talk about transferring technologies from one place to the other, but are we transforming ourselves as extensionists to be facilitators of change? One manual we have done with one of my colleagues at DIFRAS is about empowering the extensionist to be a facilitator of change. For an extensionist to be a facilitator of change, critical to this, the extensionist must understand themselves. Who am I? What is my limitation? And it's until I get to that place that I'll be able to understand what I need to empower me to do what I'm expected. And as extensionists, as we have said, we are the glues. For you to be a glue, you cannot work alone. We are working with others. And therefore, we must develop our skills in group dynamics, skills in mobilizing groups, skills in working together with others. And beyond that, we must be facilitators. Facilitation is a skill, and it will require us to facilitate the platforms, to facilitate the change that we require. And besides this, we must have the technology, or must have the knowledge that we need to transfer. And this calls us to understand the organizational system or the framework that we are working in. And this time we are in this process of digital technology, it is critical for us as extensionists to understand digital innovation and get where we are supposed to be. It's until we get there, then we'll be able to drive systemic change. And we'll be able to facilitate the farmer to understand what is his or her problem. In one meeting I had somebody say, we talk about farmer-driven. Does the farmer understand what he needs? That's where the extensionists become critical. It is our role to facilitate the farmer to understand, besides you being here, this is what you need. But we don't tell them what they need. We facilitate them to change their mind, to understand their need, and co-create solutions together with the researcher. Critical youth. When we talk about digital innovation, many of us are not as digital savvy as we expected. But our young generation, our Gen Zs, are well beyond this. So we cannot keep out, or we cannot keep them away. We have to engage them. The private sector with its business models. So for a long time we have talked about the public extension service, which is very critical. And I always say, when we are talking about digitizing content, most of the content is with the public sector. But the models are with the private sector. How can we enhance our public-private partnership to ensure that we're enhancing our performance in extension to drive the change that we need when we talk about food system transformation? Next. What are the pathways that we must adopt? I'll just give 5, but there are more than that. So the rest of us will be able to add based on our experiences wherever we are working. What do we need to transform from silos to system? First, we must have a mindset shift. Unless we shift our mindset, we'll continue working the way we have been working, transferring technology from research to the farmer. And we'll continue saying extension is not working because technologies are not getting to the farmer. But we have to come from the linear way of working and think about interactive innovation ecosystems. And when we think about interactive innovation ecosystem, it involves all of us, including the farmer, the youth, the women in the house, to be able to interact, to learn, and to develop new ways of doing things. We must think about institutional integration. We are talking about extension. We are talking about research, education, private sector. Policy must work together under national innovation platforms. I'm happy to say, at the continental level, AFAS, FARA, Forum are working together to ensure that we work as a team. And here we are having this platform that we call the ARIS platform, where we plan together and ensure we are engaging in all, because as we have realized, FARA, the Forum for Research, it captures all the researchers. We have AFAS, who is bringing together all of us as conveners in the extension and advisory service, and we have the Forum, education. Many times I keep saying, as extensionists, there are certain things we learned in class. With the emerging things that are happening in the continent, in the country, we need to retool ourselves. And that's why education becomes very critical. Research is doing a lot. Unless as extensionists we continue linking up together, we find that we are lost in our old systems. Therefore, we must think about institutional integration. And as we think about this, let the farmer be the center. And let us not forget the policy maker. There are those days where we used to design things, and then we bring in the policy makers and say, now we want you to develop policy. We have to outgrow there. The policy maker can be with us as we initiate, so that even as we think about developing policies that are responsive, the policy maker has been in the process and understand. Therefore, institutional integration becomes very critical to us. Pathway number 3, investment shift. Many times we have depended on fragmented projects. How are we able to pull this to ensure that we are able to deliver? Coordination becomes very critical. Someone said, one of my foreign friends, Africans are very good. We all love one another. And it's true. When you find us, we really love one another. But they say, when money comes in, that's when you discover that Africans can be bad, or Kenyans can be bad. Because when you realize there's funding somewhere, Lillian wants to pull, Quresh wants to pull, Peter wants to pull, and all of us become enemies. And yet we've been singing the same song. Are we able to come to a place of talking about looking for investment to enhance extension services? Over the years, we have talked about only 3% of funding that comes to agriculture goes to extension. But is that real? Private sector is having a lot of funding from everywhere. Are we able to have coordinated way of bringing this funding together? I really appreciate AGRA. Last month, they coordinated many of us to a forum of just thinking of how we can work together to ensure that investment comes to extension and advisory studies, and not to AFAS, not to AGRA, and not to one acre fund. But we are working together as a team, and that's what we are talking about, coalition. Strengthening each other so that we'll be able to ensure we are strengthening the performance of extension service provision. What I'm saying, we must have an investment shift so that we are not focusing just on that project, but we are leveraging what do private sector have to deliver? What funding can we get from the private sector to enhance the plans that we are having? So that we're not just focused on donors, but we are looking beyond donors to looking at enhancing performance of extension services in Kenya or in the continent. Knowledge systems. Evidence-based knowledge is something that we all talk about. And for us to have this, we must have systems for monitoring. We must have systems for data capture, and this will enhance our knowledge systems. How are we able to work together to enhance our knowledge systems? I know each of us is doing everything wherever we are, but if we're able to bring this together and shift the way we are doing things, I'm sure we'll be able to move from silos to systems. There are different knowledge that we have in different places. One person amused me, and he was saying, many times we find that we were in the same class. Like Peter and I were in the same class, taught by our Professor Agnes. But you find that when we go out and each of us are going to the different organizations, we go out there because I am Agra or because I'm One Acre Fund, because I am Cairo, my recommendations change. I will be talking about what Agra says, I'll be talking about what One Acre Fund says, but what is applicable for this farmer that we are thinking about? Knowledge systems. Are we able to have a place where we can all get knowledge that is relevant, that is accessible to our farmers, and we are able to ensure that we deliver as expected? We thank God for Agra, who is now supporting us as AFAS to ensure that we are developing systems where we can contextualize the knowledge that is available and therefore can be disseminated to the smallholder farmers. It can be assessed by any of us so that we are able to deliver as expected. With Gates Foundation funding also, we are able to look at the different systems that are ongoing in Nigeria. And we realize that there are different systems, silos, digital solutions, and all of them seem to be working. But through a consultative engagement, stakeholders came up and said, indeed these systems are here, they are quite costly, but how can we bring them together to ensure that we are delivering on a system that 80% of the smallholder farmers can access, and it is being driven by the Nigerian government. And I'm glad through that study, now Gates Foundation is going to invest in Nigeria on a digital solution for Nigeria, where all partners are now going to build in to ensure we are having digital extension and advisory service that AI enabled. Many times when we talk about AI-enabled digital extension services, most of us think that we are losing our jobs. But I always say, my job is as relevant as I make it to be. When I realize that I'm the one who has the information to feed into this digital system, then I'll be very relevant into this system. Therefore, as we talk about digital advisory system, then we are very relevant for this system because we're the people who contain the knowledge that will be fed into this system. Therefore, as we think about our knowledge system, let us rethink how best can we come from silos into systems. Another pathway, inclusive participation. How we engaging the youth, how we engaging the farmers, how we engaging all of us when we are thinking about designing the systems that we are expected to deliver on. It is all about collective action. And this is what we need when we are talking about sustainable food system. We must have collective action. One emphasis that I can say, no single institution can transform food systems alone. We need one another. Are you able to move? Yes. We all need one another when we are talking about food systems transformation. We cannot do it on our own. It doesn't matter what technologies that we are using to ensure food safety. As long as we are not working as a team, we'll be focusing on food safety, but the rest are left out. And that's why we need each other, so that you come with your expertise in production, another one comes expertise in processing, and as we work together, we deliver. Collective action in agriculture innovation system, we must ensure that we are looking at examples that have been successful. Many of us know about the innovation system and the multi-stakeholder platforms that have been successful. What can we learn from that when we are talking about innovation systems? We learn about innovation platforms. 2 years ago, a lot of was being said about innovation platforms, and we had a number of success stories, but pockets of success stories. What are we able to learn from that and leverage on that as we think about moving to systems? Public-private producer partnership. For a long time we talk about public-private partnership, but public-private producer partnerships. Are we all able to come together and deliver the change that we need to ensure sustainable food systems? Farmer-led digital ecosystems. So that as we are talking about the solutions that we have, they are not just for us up there.
but are farmers able to engage? Are farmers able to use these systems? And that's one key issue that we had in Nigeria. A number of solutions are existing, but are they accessible to the farmers? So when you develop a system that is farmer-led, then we'll find that it will become the system that men will access and it will deliver on the change that we need. AIS must respond to climate, market volatility, and shocks by being adaptive and connected. And we also must be adaptive and we must be connected for us to bring the change that we need in the continent, the change that we need in Kenya. So, what is our call to action? We must commit to breaking silos within our organizations, within our countries, within our counties. We must break silos. And I think Shona will be coming up, just telling us about the coalition and why we need to break these silos. We must encourage regional cooperation and policy alignment for agriculture innovation system. And as I say, a system is as strong as the connections between the parts of that system. For us, our task is we must weave stronger connections for farmers, for food systems, and for Africa's future. It is a call for us. Therefore, my question to us, are we committing to making integration, not fragmentation, the hallmark of our work? These are things we need to reflect on. Are we able to commit to making integration and not fragmentation the hallmark of our work? Are we thinking about investing in and supporting national and regional innovation platforms? Or do we sit back and just say, they have been there? How can we build onto this? One of the platforms here, it is CAFAS. Many times when we have partners working with us at the continental level, and I ask them, which countries are you working in? I'm working in Kenya, I'm working in Nigeria, and ask them, are you part of CAFAS? Are you part of NAFAS? Because if you're doing extension in Kenya, you must be part of this platform called CAFAS to strengthen it. And this platform is as strong as us. And as we are part of this parcel of this, then we'll be talking about extension and advisory system change in Kenya because we are part and parcel of this platform that is existing. We must center around the farmer. We must center around the women and the young people who are the leaders of innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vicky. I think she actually deserves a standing ovation because she has given us very well. So let's appreciate again. We are moving from silos to systems. So we are doing so many things. Still within the same space, but we don't know who is doing what. I think that one is a challenge, and the call for action, we have been able to see it. I think that one forms the background of our discussion, which is going to continue. And within this discussion, because of time, I think we are going to break for tea. From there, we are going to invite Sora, who will be able to really consolidate more about the coalition. Then from there, we will be able to have the county representative from Nairobi, and he is also a member of CAFAS, Kamau, who is actually the CC for Devolution Morana. They will be able to give us their perspective as we wait for other guests to arrive. I am told somebody from the ministry is coming to present the policy framework. Oh, you are here? No, he has not arrived. He's on the way, so you'll be able to do that. So I think we can have a word of prayer from Madam Daphne. She's very good also in the church issues. And then we can be able to break for tea. I'm sure the tea is served outside. So Madam Daphne.
Thank you, Peter. Yes, that's another as we go to replenish our strength through what has been provided, we pray that you sanctify it for our taking. And above all, dear Lord, may this symposium be a success. For this is our prayer of faith in Jesus' name.
So before we leave, I am told there will be some media interviews for AFAS, AGRA, and many of the people. So I'm sure you'll be guided by the media team. So as we take tea, there will be a side event. And at the same time, we have some exhibitions outside here. We also want you to visit the exhibition. So Francis. Yes, and there is a group photo. Where are we going to take the group photo? Because I think we can delay a bit because we are still waiting for the guest. Yes, so we can break for tea. So during the tea, we can also interact with the exhibitors. We can encourage them. We can be able to buy what they are doing. We see the type of extension they are doing. That one will be important. So Karibu Chai. Let's break for about 15-20 minutes. Then we come back. We have Sola's presentation, and then the others will follow.
So I think we can proceed. The rest will join us, find us on the way. So I welcome Olusola, I hope that pronounced the name correctly, to take us through the next presentation, the Africa Extension Coalition Vision and National Level Actions. So you're welcome, Olusola.
Thank you very much, Francis. Okay, I'm waiting for Kuresh, who will help me with my with my slide movement. But while waiting for him, let me just greet everyone. It's still morning, so good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our guests. I know we're expecting representatives from the government. It's really a privilege to be here this morning. And let me also appreciate the KEFAS team for putting this together. I know we've been working with them in partnership with AFAS, ourselves as HAGRA, and of course Monica Fund also, who is part of the African Extension Coalition. And we're saying it's important that we have a set up, a forum to bring actors together to begin to dialogue on what is going to be very, very critical and important for the extension ecosystem. And for us, we found out that there's a very strong linkage between this and the work that the African Extension Coalition has started. So I will just be building on the great work, the great presentation that Lillian had already done. And it's really all about beginning to shift our thinking and our focus as ecosystem players within extension to working in a much more coordinated manner. We said from silos to systems. So this whole journey has already started at the continental level. And we deemed it fit that when it comes to farmer level impact, we still need to bring this all to the national level action. So what is going on the ground? And I think for us that's the essence of this meeting. So it's a privilege to address all of us today at this important National Extension Coalition Roundtable. Even though I know we have some few representatives and more are still coming, I want to greatly acknowledge the leadership of the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock Development, the counties that are present, of course, KEFAS, universities, farmer organizations, development partners, private sector actors, and everyone represented here in this meeting. I think for me, the diversity we already have in the room reflects both the strengths and the challenges we see when it comes to extension, generally in the continent, and maybe specifically in Kenya, where we have many capable actors, but at times we often operate in silos. And for us, it begets the question of why then should we be talking about a coalition, and why now? Why should we be talking about a coalition and why now? A lot has been said about the major challenges facing agriculture broadly and extension specifically. So we've spoken about, extension being the engine of transformation for smallholder farmers, but still very much underfunded and fragmented. There is a level of budget dedication to agriculture and to extension, even at the government level, at the national level, but we see across the continent that target is not being met. Part of the questions we have asked ourselves is, if we are acting as a joint force, as actors, are we able to advocate better for us to see some of these commitments come to fruition, rather than maybe just, KEFAS alone? If we come together as a joint body, then we can say, oh, this is what is expected, this is what we are expecting, this is the work going on, this is the data that is available to back up the work, and we can advocate better. So average public spending on extension is about 0.3% of national budgets against the previous CADIP 1% recommendation. A lot has been said about the farmer to extension ratio, and even in Kenya we do have the data that shows that despite a lot of the efforts, it's still as high as 1 to 2,000, one extension agent to 2,000 or more farmers, even in Kenya. Also, only about 13% of smallholder farmers in Africa have really imbibed, the technologies, or they are using the recommendations around improved practices to help them to improve their productivity. So it tells us that yes, we are already doing some work, but there's still a lot to be done. And the more we are able to figure out how to work better together, the better off we will all be. There is an adage, or is it a proverb, in my native language, Yoruba. I'll just try to translate it to English. And the adage just goes something like this. It says that it is because snakes don't walk in convoy, that's why they are easily defeated. Is that true? So imagine you're walking into the forest and you see pythons, give me some example of snake rings. But maybe if it's just one snake, you can carry a stick and you try to kill it. But when snakes walk together in convoy, you see 5-10 of them with different teeth, you will run. So the question is, have we been walking alone, or are we walking together? Let me ask your neighbor, are you walking alone? I'm not hearing us. Let me ask them, are you walking alone? So it's important we begin to work together. So just talking about the coalition itself, as we begin to build country-level awareness, what exactly is the Africa Extension Coalition? So it's a multi-stakeholder platform that has been developed to help to align efforts for the ecosystem, the extension ecosystem, also mobilize resources, and also help us to rapidly scale innovation that will benefit farmers. A lot of us in this room are doing some fantastic work, but it's like winking in the dark. People don't even know about it. We don't have a platform to bring together the best practices that even a new actor, there are some young children and young people, youth, willing to go into agriculture, but they don't know where to start from. They don't know what works. And we want them to reinvent the wheel or make the same mistakes again. Meanwhile, leverage on the joint knowledge that we have as an ecosystem. So we believe such a platform will help. Secondly, this initiative is being co-led by Harvard Sakra and One Acre Fund. And the good thing with all three bodies is we have presence across the continent in different countries. So when we say co-led, it's just that we came together to say this will be needed. When it comes to composition, as Dr. Lillian already said, there is no limit. Everyone here is a part of that ecosystem. And what we want to build is a very strong and solid continental and national force that will push the extension agenda forward in a unified manner. Okay. So the coalition is also anchored on 4 main pillars. I will soon show some of the details of those pillars, but the key ones are knowledge exchange, how do we share knowledge together, policy, how do we jointly drive the right policy actions, not just having the policies there, but really seeing them being implemented. Private sector involvement, we've spoken a lot about PPP, we have added production to that. And also, how do we mobilize more resources apart from the commitments by government? What are the other financial modalities that could be leveraged on as we think about resourcing extension? Then lastly, the coalition is designed to be inclusive, pluralistic, scalable, and farmer-centric. So it's not owned by any single person. We've spoken already this morning about the VBA model, Phil spoke about it, Agra is promoting it and driving the work, but that's just one of the models when it comes to extension. When we think about a coalition, we are looking beyond single models, we're saying what works where, and how can we leverage what works in different contexts. So moving on to the next slide, at the end of the day, the vision is, can we have a unified extension ecosystem that will enable every African farmer to access timely, quality, and inclusive advisory service that improves their productivity and income? And we believe this could be powered by evidence, innovation, and strong partnerships. You'll be surprised that even in this room, with all the good works going on, a lot of us don't know what the other person is doing. That's how fragmented we are. So we go to meetings at times and we begin to listen to what people are doing and we're like, wow, oh, so this exists, so this is going on. I had no idea, just because we've been in our own cocoon. So what's our unique value proposition? Moving on to the next slide. So this is going to be Pan-African in nature, but there will be local or national contextual relevance, which is part of what we are doing here today. I'm happy Kefas is here, and our intention is to begin to see them as, as an arm of AFRS in Kenya, to begin to drive this coalition thinking and bringing actors together. This will also help us to bridge the research policy, practice, or farmer gaps that we've identified. As much as possible, I'm happy we've highlighted that AFRS is leading on the AAU targets, so we also make sure that the work aligns with the AAU, CADIB, Malabo targets, and also we want to see how this facilitates collective bargaining, advocacy, pooled resources, and shared accountability for the ecosystem. Then lastly, saying the importance of young people and also technology in the work we are doing in the extension space now. We say the coalition will champion youth and digital first model so that we can quickly reach that last mile and ensure that every farmer could access the resource they need. The next slide is just a quote. We say, without a coalition, the reality is that we keep duplicating efforts. We keep dividing our potential impacts. But when we come together as a group, we can rapidly scale our solutions. So I spoke initially about the key strategic pillars, and I probably won't go into details about this, but I want you to look at the screen just to see some of the key components we are considering when thinking about the strategic pillars. The reason why this is also very important is because towards the end of the presentation, I will allow us to be able to just show in what components we might be interested when it comes to the different pillars. So for example, the first pillar speaks to knowledge exchange and capacity development. So activities, so beyond, this is a vision with strategy, but we want to bring those down to tangible activities. So part of the things that the coalition will be doing include things like quarterly learning events. What you usually see at times is that most times we only come together like this probably just once a year or twice a year at the maximum. But the thinking here is also, could there be engagements on a regular basis that bring actors together? And we believe that, even things like quarterly learning events, so through such learning events, different actors could share what is working and what is not working. Because that's the reality we face. Some things work, some things don't work. When we know what doesn't work, you help others to avoid the pitfalls or repeating the same mistake. So we have things like quarterly learning events, capacity development, integrated knowledge and evidence platform. There's already ARIS, but that ARIS platform needs to be populated with resources. And there are resources in this room. There are resources across the continent. We'll be finding ways to bring all those together. So imagine even we just started with the resources available with the CGIAR, who is also already part of this coalition, by the way. CGIAR, AGRA, One Acre Fund, AFAS, we are bringing even just knowledge resources together on a singular platform. That's already massive. And at different levels, for agents, for practitioners, those resources could be very beneficial. The second major pillar is, of course, around policy advocacy and government engagement. How do we engage government on dialogues, on policy briefs, on position papers for the ecosystem, and of course use those also for budget advocacy that then helps to see the impact that this coalition is making. Digital innovation, private sector and youth is another key pillar, which I've highlighted before. How do we scale innovative models? Myself and Koresh were speaking to Sue during the break about when ICAO started digital works for a long while now. But maybe at that early stage, nobody thought it would become how big it is now. So innovation will keep evolving. How do we quickly latch on what works and even become a leading sector when it comes to driving innovation and engaging youth? And then the fourth pillar is around sustainable financing and resource mobilization. In this age of dwindling aid resources, it becomes even more important to figure out new ways of mobilizing resources so that extension doesn't die in the midst of the other demands that we have, nationally and continentally. So there are key components there. Now, if we are working in a unified manner, we have the data we need, we already understand the models that work, it becomes easier to converse with donors. Just like Lilian was saying, we had a meeting recently with one of our major donors, and the donor was emphasizing that we really want to see system-level projects or programs, that we are already bored of so many different things. Can everyone come together and come up with a program that will solve systemic problems? And I think when we begin to think like that and coordinate effectively, we are better positioned. So in terms of who and who has been a part so far of the coalition, and I said so far because now we've received so many interests in the African Food System Forum that's held in Dakar a few days back. We held a meeting and people were coming to us, how do I join the coalition? We would love to be a part of this. We want to be a part of that. So for a start, the starting bodies are the ones that I highlighted. Sasokawa is there, Feeds Africa, Farm to Market there, Extension Africa, a group of young people doing fantastic work. Like I said, CGIAR is part of the coalition. We also have some land grants universities, Virgin Tech, North Carolina State University, FAO, and IFAD are well committed. Even IFAD was talking from a resource or mobilization point of view. So we are really trying to build something comprehensive and cohesive here and bring in different stakeholders. So you see that the composition is not only just actors. So we're seeing, like recently in the meeting we held in Dakar, we reached out to PAFO and said, this is about farmers. So we want PAFO and the regional farm organizations to be part of the coalition. and they are happy to be a part of it. So the thinking here is not even just for extension actors, but for every relevant system player, so that as we are thinking of the farmer is thinking of producing, the market is sharing what is important with the farmer. As government is developing policy, it is speaking to what is relevant. As the market and every other actor, everyone is acting. We are not acting, individually or in an uncoordinated manner, but everyone is speaking effectively to one another, and the coalition is able to bring out the best results or the best impact as much as possible. Just moving towards the tail end of my slide then, and also trying to see how we bring this all to Kenya. So what are some of the things we want to do? Those are highlighted in this slide, but let's move on to the next slide, so that we can highlight how AEC, that's the coalition, which supports CASEP, which is the Kenya Agricultural Sector and Extension Policy, which is now driving a lot of the activities within the country. And we believe that when we come together, there is a lot that could be achieved. As you know, specifically in Kenya, we're talking about also a very strong youthful population. About 75% of the population is under 35 years old. And the country keeps churning up to 1 million young Kenyans into the labor market every year. And there are not enough jobs. So there's the bit where we say the extension workforce is aging, but there is also an opportunity to bring in new blood into the system. So how can we marry the needs with the resources or with what is available? So some 8 key areas that I believe the coalition could support CASEP on. First and foremost, closing the extension coverage gap. CASEP has a target of 1 to 600, one extension worker to 600 farmers, and which also matches our own mission of reducing the extension gap to the 500 recommended by FAO. So I think that's so aligned, and we believe this could be achieved through a pluralistic approach and also leveraging digital tools. Secondly, we want to see how we make pluralism work. So we have JASCOM, we have CASCOM, the steering committees which exist, but these committees need to be strengthened. They require our participation as well. We believe that the coalition could help to strengthen these platforms, and we could all come up with coalition models and shared dashboards that show measurable progress in line with the policy. Thirdly, we talk about the research extension farmer linkage. There are some mechanisms which had existed before now in the country. CRAG, Cadbury, some of them are dormant or not as active as we would love. With the work of the coalition, there is an opportunity to revive these platforms and even inject new ideas and thinking into them. So we are not just thinking, oh, let the public sector, let government be doing their thing. No, we do better when we all come together in partnership and see how these platforms could work. It could work at times maybe in the form of, are we even contributing the required data to make them work? Are we making ourselves available? Are we involved in joint planning and joint execution? The fourth bit is also around professional standards. The policy speaks a lot about the need for accreditation, the need to validate extension agents, especially with the private sector model now coming up. We've seen situations even in our own experience where some of these new agents still struggle when it comes to validation or certification or being recognized within their community to be able to provide some specific services. For example, veterinary services are specialized in nature, and some of the new people we are trying to inject into the sector will say to you that, oh, the government will not allow me to do that. So can we rethink what a minimalistic vet service provision could look like for someone just stepping into the sector that could be accredited? Those are new things we need to bring in if we want to see much traction and work together as a team around all this. So can the coalition help, of course, with the support of Care First, work closely with the CASCOMs, JASCOM, to ensure that this kind of accreditation is, the frameworks required for them are in place. The fifth area is around youth focus and, of course, renewing the workforce. I think I've spoken about that before. There are adaptive models that are already engaging young people. The VBA model is one of such. There's the opportunity to link. We've spoken about universities, research institute. The TVETs are there. How are we bringing and onboarding new talent into the ecosystem to provide relevant services to farmers? The sixth area is around private sector partnership. So the coalition can promote structured PPP models that also clearly capture results, trackable, that could further be used as leverage for advocacy or for leveraging new ideas within the sector. The seventh one is around digital and knowledge systems. Kenya already has the KMA, SKOP, Karo Big Data. So there are things on ground. We're not starting from scratch. But can we leverage all this to support, both national and county level workflows and build the capacity of frontline staff? Then lastly, the coalition is country first implementation. We believe that impact is always on the ground. So while at the continental level we are pushing for continental level policies, we are kind of aggregating support, both resource-wise, at policy level, at government level. AGRA is very strong when it comes to convening. One of the things I've said to the coalition during our last meeting is that at the minimum, on an annual basis, the coalition will always hold a get-together at the African Food System Forum, and I'm hoping that maybe even by the coming one, the next forum, the coalition will have its own full session and potentially even a major plenary session as we begin to deliver impact and show the results that we would like to scale even further. So, but country level action, because that's where the impact is really felt. We have designed in such a way that we want to work through country teams, country organizations, country bodies like KEFAS, like I've said, and also coordinate country level actors in a manner that delivers impact. So as I begin to round off, what are some of the national action that we can consider for Kenya? And this is to get all of us thinking and considering what the coalition could look like in terms of impact delivery. Different stakeholders have different responsibilities. So I will call on the government, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, and the county government. You will need to really help to provide leadership. Now you are aware of the coalition and our efforts to move from silos to system. Can we provide the required leadership? Can we allocate the requisite budget to drive extension and agriculture? Because this will help. KEFAS, you have a leading role in the country. You need to help to anchor coordination and accountability for the coalition work at the national level. For those of us in the universities and research institutions, we want to not just have theory, we need to translate science into practical action. And we even need to engage farmers better. What does farmer level research look like? How do we ensure that the research results and the recommendations are usable by the farmers in the community, and it helps them to generate transformed results? For the private sector, agri-tech companies, a lot of booming. I met with a young man from AgriVest during the break as well, talking about the fantastic work they're doing in terms of traceability and other tech work. So we see a lot of that coming up now. So tech companies, we need to quickly understand what last mile delivery looks like, how your model is working, and how the models are engaging young people who are the future of not just agriculture, but of our nation. So we'd like to engage and see how you support that. For youth and women, please step forward as the new face of extension. The donors are interested in you, I can guarantee you that. We have a whole project or program in AGRA, the MasterCard Foundation YEFA program, and the sole focus is on youth and women. And they are calling for where are the young people, where are the women? We want to see them in jobs. sustainable jobs related to them. So even for us, now part of what we ask for is that in all the countries where we are operating, could actors come up with proposals that show how work could be generated for young people within the food system. If you have a winning proposal in line with that, whenever we have our RFPs, you stand a lot of chance in gaining resources. Then last but not the least, we would like to encourage development partners, donors to please mobilize resources for the sector. Let's align our investments. Let's maximize the available tools and data that will be coming from this coalition as we begin to present. And they said it clearly. They said we need evidence, we need data, but a lot of those are currently fragmented. If we can consolidate data in a clear format that shows where the investment gaps are and where the investment is most needed, I think the donor community will respond. One current work AGRA has started. We've done validation in 3 countries so far. So AGRA is coming up with what we call an extension system assessment tool, which looks at different thematic areas when it comes to extension and trying to ask critical questions and generate data that will help government, donor, actors to see where the biggest gaps are. And the end goal is to be able to then come up with investment or intervention recommendations that will help, even let's say at country level, for them to channel sparse resources into where the greatest impact will be felt. So that's one example, but I believe many more examples will come up as we continue to work as a coalition. Now, it's the digital age, and I would love everyone to bring out your phone because we want to see how many young people do we have here? Young people do we have here? I actually expected everyone to. there was a terminology we coined in the African Food Systems Forum. We said there are vintage young people. So even if you're 50 and above, you are still young. So far, you are young at heart. So if you have your digitally enabled, device, your phone with data, just use your camera, and this barcode will take you to a page where I want you to just complete the form as a way of response. So that form contains some questions or some information about the coalition, and also trying to figure out where you would love to engage when it comes to the work of the coalition. It could be around the knowledge base, it could be that, you would like to be a part of the webinars, it could be that you would like to support advocacy, or you are interested in digital and youth. What this helps us to also do is to begin to figure out, this is the most interesting component. We did this exercise in Malawi during the extension week, and we saw that even as basic as knowledge sharing, about 70-75% of people were just interested in knowing what is even going on or improving their extension knowledge. That's a huge opportunity. That doesn't require so much money to establish a knowledge sharing platform or to set up webinars that people can regularly build their knowledge around. So please, once you scan this, you'll see the form. Feel free to complete it. And should you want to reach out to us, Quresh, you can move on to the next slide. If you would love to reach out to the coalition, so we are driving it at the continental level. Probably I would have added Peter's contact to this, but please feel free to see Peter at the end for the Kenya national level inquiries. But if you would love to reach out to us as a coalition, my contact is on the screen. We have Lillian's contact, and also, so Milindi is the Chief Agricultural Officer for One Acre Fund. He's based in Rwanda, but the 3 of us are working together to continue to build this structure as we move along. So that, in a nutshell, is what the coalition is about. I'm hoping I've been able to make it clearer, and we're trusting that going forward at the Kenya national level, with some of the things we've highlighted in terms of the relevance to CASTED, how we could help to deliver that policy, we all work together in a system. Thank you.
Thank you, Alusova. A round of applause for Alusova again. So he's talked about a Pan-African approach to building an extension coalition, and it looks like the thinking is towards building bridges and using the ecosystem approach. In Dakar, again, there was another Pan-African sort of coalition that was formed, that is AFIDA, Africa Fertilizer Industry Development Association. So that shows you that the trend is towards breaking the silos and sort of using a system approach and ecosystem thinking towards solving the challenges that we are facing. And he's also mentioned the roles that different actors can play, looking at Kenya, what can the private sector do, what can government do, the youth, the farmers, and everybody else, so that they are involved and they bring the ideas on the table. And at that juncture, just talking about government, I would like to invite Mr. Kubok from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development in Kenya. We will have this presentation from Mr. Peter Awoko, who unfortunately could not join us, but we have the pleasure of having Mr. Kubok present the same to us. Just looking at policy, that is CASEP, Kenya Agriculture Sector Extension Policy, and what it means. Karibu sana, Mr. Kubok. You will introduce yourself before you.
Thank you so much, moderator. Tumpigie makofi. Amejaribu kuongea juu ya serikali ya sauti kubwa. First of all, apologies from Director Policy in the State Department, Mr. Peter Awoko. I'll speak to something that has made me not come here. That is the real disease in the extension and advisory services delivered in this country. Lack of personnel. As I speak, I am needed in more than 4 places. This time, including a situation which I really don't know how to handle, because I'm supposed to brief my CS since yesterday or something, but I have not seen it. So, you can see the dilemma. Work was to be in 3 other places, serious engagements today, and yesterday came to my office and said, kindly, you delivered CASEP 2023 with the people whom I was supposed to meet tomorrow. And therefore, kindly step into my shoes. And I was very glad because Peter Mwangi and his organization are very good friends. They are buddies, the extension managers in the ministry for a very long time. So you will bear with the apologies, you will bear with my rushed presentation, you will bear with my absence for the rest of the conference. I sleep, dream, eat, walk, extension, together with all of you, and I would have loved to have participated with you. Second, I'm very glad I'm standing before very eminent scholars and practitioners of extension. Some retired but not retired, some still active in service even though their legs are back because of age. And I'm not talking about anyone in this room. Very good friends of personal mine. I'm very surprised and happy to meet you once more. Allow me just to mention 1 or 2 people. The rest, tunaweza kuliona nyuma ya tent, tuongee. Professor Kiringai. Makofi kwake. Who doesn't know professor? With a lot of energy and passion, especially for the youth and data. Where is God? It is still there. Asante sana. Dr. Machari, a very good colleague of mine. We worked with him during phase 1 of cultural sector development program, 2013, 2017, phase 1. Phase 2 came after the revolution. I'm happy to meet him again. Of course, Kiresh, I met him the other day, very passionate professional. Peter Mwangi, Dolphin, where's Dolphin? I saw her. Wofak. Sorry, yeah. Yes, Asante Sana, and many others. I think probably you have heard about Mr. Kubok. This is the face behind that name. When I was filling that form, my brother on AEC, Agriculture Extension Coalition, yes, my good brother, I felt like you are reading my mind. And you see from Kasem presentation, it is exactly what the four bearers of Kasem thought about extension in this country. Exactly the same. Of course, we had the 8 thematic areas, which I mentioned. Your pillars are 4. Is it 4? Can you engage us, me in particular, to build on those 4 pillars? There is something I've noted, especially on governance. We have a very serious problem on governance. At policy level and at grassroots level with respect to extension. A very serious malady or disease. Everything else about the coalition is zero if you don't address governance. From the resources point of view, from the practice of extension, from knowledge management, if you don't address governance, my brother, what you have presented is a pipe dream. Professor, I feel like every day when I wake up, I should always shed a tear for extension. 32 years ago, and 7 months and 8 days and 5 hours, a young man joined extension service in this country. 32 years, 7 months, 5 hours, and a few seconds on top. That young man is the person you're seeing this morning. And believe you me, for those who are not in service, what we are seeing as extension service is a big joke. And you can quote me on this one. You will not be able to take me to the cleaners because that is the reality. With a few exceptions, I will not mention them. There are counties that have done exceedingly well beyond expectation. The rest, your place is as good as mine. But I'm not blaming counties alone. The problem starts from the head, where we are sitting. And I owe it on my own behalf and on behalf of the government. We have a serious problem. We devolved certain functions of agriculture. It was good because we wanted to establish a presence of administration at the local level and bring services closer to the people, extension and advisory services closer to the people. If devolution came too early and we gave birth to a child who was not ready to come, that is history, yes. But I think we need to reflect on the journey of agricultural extension since 2010. For the national government, I really would not want to make any promises anymore. We have had promises, we have had excuses. I think it's high time all of us woke up and smell the coffee. Let us reflect on that farmer in the field. They are preparing their shambas to do the October, November, December's crop. This is somebody every year at the beginning of the planting season, with a lot of trust, passion, and endurance, suffered all these years. Whether the rains come or don't come, they still plan to grow up, isn't it? All of us understand Swahili, because I mixed the two. If you don't understand Swahili, please your hand up, so that I'm an extensionist and I speak languages that my target understands, either English, Swahili, Kikuyu, because I talk a bit of it, and almost 20 other Kenyan languages. Kwa hivyo, nataka tutafakari juu ya huyu mkulima ambaye miaka nenda miaka rudi. Anafanya nini? Kabla ya msimu wa mvua kuanza, tayari ameamini ya kwamba atapanda mbegu, si ndio? Amenunua mbegu, ametoa hela zake, amenunua pembejeo. Pembejeo ni inputs. Without worrying so much, because he has trust and belief that the rains will come, isn't it? And then, God is very kind most of the time, or all the times. All the times. He brings the rain. But it is because of the previous experience that he has decided to buy this type of fertilizer, this type of farming. But if the rains are a bit challenging, he has no information on the quantities of the rains to come. So you plant a crop that will survive ideally for 60 days of rain. But if the rains challenge him a bit, somebody somewhere failed to inform him that the rains are depressed to this extent. Kindly, when you are buying, buy a crop that will require water to a certain level of maturity in 35 days or 40 days. And the varieties are available. Makosa ni ya nani? At the end of the season, the farmer makes 10% of the crop. It's not adequate for food, it's not adequate for the other family needs. Probably you took a loan. The extension worker is not there because he's at crossroad. Even if he's there, the extension worker is not equipped with the latest information or technology on climate information management. Whose problem is it? So, this one was to our previous presenter. I think I made some maths. I love what you're covering in terms of the pillars, especially on professionalizing extension. I'll speak to it in my presentation. As we speak, every Tom, Dick and Harry is doing extension in the field. No accreditation, no certification, no nothing. Extension messages are disjointed. 10 different extension workers are visiting this person with different messages. He's confused. Senor, the policy speaks to that. Now, I will just tell you this in summary as I go now to the presentation. Kindly Google CASEP. CASEP is KASEP 2023 from the internet. kilimo. Kindly go through the policy. We may not have had 100% work done, but it's something you can learn. This is the layout of that policy. And we believe it sufficiently addresses issues that were not addressed by the previous policy, that was the National Agricultural Sector Extension Policy 2012. NASEP 2012 did not have an implementation framework. This one has an IF for this policy, and the roles are clearly spelled out. Let's go next. Now, this is just an overview. We all know the importance of extension in agriculture development and agri-food systems transformation. I will not belabor it. We are in this space, all of us. And it sets the stage for the need for this policy. Move. Now, the justification for review of NASEP 2012, very clear. 2012 was developed prior or in the process of our devolution. So that old policy did not address everything, or almost everything, that was in the new constitution then, or in the current constitution. Okay? So that was one of our major reasons why we reviewed NASEP 2012, to align it to the realities of devolution. And as we go through that policy, you will see it is very clear what are the roles of the national government and what are the roles of the county government. The technological realities in the digital era were missing to some extent, or to a large extent, the old policy. The agri-tax is a current reality. It was mentioned by our brother, previous presenter. There was no clear distinction on the role of the private sector. And all of us know the role of the private sector. They are the biggest investors in the agriculture space, isn't it? The biggest, bigger than the government. But there was no proper and clear role of the private sector. So we are promoting pluralism, as also espoused by the AEC. I said NASEP did not have an implementation framework. It had never been reviewed, all right? Even after almost 10 or so years. Let's go. So this is the overall objective of the policy, CASEP 2023. You will also read, I've told you where to get the policy, but in summary, it's all about enhancing efficiency and effectiveness, and the bottom line is that all value chain actors must benefit equitably. Next. So these are the specific objectives from the broad objective. There are 8 of them. We will not read through. We will have time to go through that. I'll leave you with the presentation. But let's go to the next one. Those objectives were only going to be met if we practiced these core guiding principles. Very crucial. Every player, every actor in the extension and advisory services space must believe in these principles. If you don't, you will not be able to execute this policy. And it is 100% belief, or 100% plus belief. All right? Look at number 3. Very elaborated by our previous presenter on pluralism. And we are not going to use disjointed extension approaches. We are going to integrate them. There is no preferred one. Because every approach, every method has a strong point, isn't it? So we shall interpret. All right, next. So from the specific objectives, we now address the thematic areas. They are linked. Each specific objective is linked to a thematic area. And believe you me, when the initial thinkers of the new extension policy at that time retreated to address challenges of extension, there were close to 100 issues. Close to 100. I don't know if some of you are involved. Yes, Peter, you are there. Close to 100 issues impacting extension in Kenya. Some were correlated, others were distinct. So that team sat down, retreated and seriously looked at those and distilled them to this level. Alright? So out of the 100 or so, all of them fitted here, one way or the other. On the last thematic area was cutting issues in the delivery of cultural extension services. It was one of the most complex operations because, as we have heard, outside the 7 top thematic areas, this one covered anything else that was not covered in the aids. And because the policy would not cover everything that was not covered in the 7, the team, together with the stakeholders, zeroed down on 3 keywords. Or is it 4? You get it from the policy. Number 1, exclusivity. Inclusivity, sorry. When you talk of women, youth, the other vulnerable groups, the indigenous peoples, the poor of the poor, those who are not rich with climate information systems because of the location and many other things, all of that was covered under inclusivity. Then there is drug and substance abuse. Munaamini tuko na shida hapa. A very serious disease, drug and substance abuse. Even the aged farmers are facing this challenge. The young people in their homesteads don't want to do agriculture. They don't want to inherit a poor profession. You find the old farmer is so much frustrated. Anarudia nini? And such like things. Climate change, I think, is also another very serious problem and a very serious threat to productivity and the agricultural systems. Next. What is that lady doing? Is she happy? Wanjiko? I know she's a manager. What are you now? She's receiving information. Very exciting information on market information. And this is real time. It is real. You do your part. This is the face of the farmers we need. Even if she's old, you can see the radiance of the happiness because of the performance by all actors, including extension workers. Shall we be there? Tutafika huko. Nimemaliza na nimeenda. But before I sit, Peter, a call to action as my closing message. I know we have our role as government from policy, financing, and an enabling environment. We have started with this policy, and we will finish the business of making sure the environment is enabled. Counties, my eminent scholar. Indeed, as a policy 2023, in your planning tools and the delivery of extension and advisory services. The private sector who are here, and I said they are the biggest investment in the sector. Invest in extension innovations. If it is agri-tech, if it is digital, if it is market information, everything is on your side. Development partners led by Kuresh, Agra, and the rest align your support to national policies, county policies, our national aspirations, regional aspirations, and all the other aspirations. Let us align. In the spirit of the Africa Extension Coalition and others. Farmers, are you there? Count on me and the government not to allow your backs to be broken any further. Demand accountability, but above all, concrete solutions with all the actors. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Before you sit down, that is why I'm taking this. We want to have a group photo here in front before he leaves. Because he wants to leave, and I know he'll be going back to the office. So I'm calling everybody to come here for a group photo. Please. I think we can have a few seats here. Come in. Can you see all of us? Just a second. There are people who are moving very fast. Now tell us, Mary, I think we are ready. See us whether we are fine and presentable.
Yes, if you can't see that, you can't see it. In 3, 2, 1. One more.
Okay, let's get settled. Let us get settled. So we've heard from Mr. Kubok from Extension. From my experience with government, we usually say government does not apologize. But at least we've had government apologizing for the sorry state of our extension services. So, things are changing, times are changing, even government is realizing that they owe the people. Now, we will have Mr. Kinendri from Nairobi County making a presentation, 5 minutes, and then after that we'll have Professor Kiringai from Murang'a County coming after, before we go to lunch. Mr. Kinendri, karibu.
So good afternoon, team. So I'm not making a presentation, and just made a few notes. And my name is Joseph Kinyanjui. I'm the Deputy Director Crops Development in Nairobi City County. And I'm here to just make a few remarks about urban agriculture, and one of the things Mr. Kubok has talked about is the sorry state of extension. But there is something positive about urban agriculture, even in the face of, declining extension services. And I'll give a personal example. With or without food, with or without good governance, we must eat. When you're local, I'm actually standing between you and your lunch. So, I'll give a personal experience that in 2003, when when the super highway was being built, it used to take us 5 minutes from Muthaiga to Kerigiti, those who know Kiambu Road. And you're driving through coffee. So from Muthaiga to Kiambu, remember when the road was being built, we used to cut through that. And in 20 minutes, you'll be in Roiro. Today, try that joke. You'll take 45 minutes. Why? Because the whole area has been built up as of last night. As you get to the Degwa, they have put very big bumps because of the number of traffic accidents around there. That's the first thing I want you to think about. You'll see where I'm heading to. The second thing, I happen to have worked as a civil service support officer in South Sudan. And one of the things that used to happen, and still happens up to today, if there is a problem in Juba, the first thing that President Museveni does is to send his troops to secure that route all the way from Kampala to Juba. Why? Because he has to secure the food market in Juba. Mpigane, msipigane, lazima Museveni auze chakula South Sudan. Because South Sudan is dependent on food imports. The whole idea I'm talking about is that the future of agriculture and the future of agriculture extension lies in urban agriculture. Whether our system fails, whether we don't work on extension services, by 2050, half of the Kenyan population will be living in urban areas and they have to eat. So that is the reality, that we need to have good urban agriculture. We need to make sure. The reason why I gave the example of, can you imagine how much food that was not there 10 years ago that needs to be delivered on Kiambu Road? Because all those people never used to live there. We used to have coffee. All those people need vegetables, they need proteins, they need everything. So what does that mean? We need to have a proper food system. So from silos, everybody eyes the Nairobi market, everybody eyes the urban market. Those of us who grew up around Nairobi, our parents used to boil sweet potatoes, arrowroots, and all the other vegetables, and they make sure that you have enough to eat. Today, if you visited someone in Natundu or Kiamba, they have nothing to give you because everything has been taken to the market. True or false? So what does that mean for us? We need to strengthen urban and peri-urban agriculture, and Nairobi still is the biggest market. So we need to look at extension from not just from a production point of view, but from a consumption point of view. We need to have good policies that ensures that we promote urban agriculture. And if you look at what we have been doing in Nairobi County is to come up with policies. Thanks to devolution, now we have urban and peri-urban agriculture policy, which 2015, which we are revising, and we also have the Urban Agriculture Act of 2025, which we are also working on, because we have to regulate urban agriculture. Spaces are diminishing, as I have told you, and then we have to look at the issues of food safety, because when food has to come from all over, then we need to develop good traceability systems to ensure that the food that is grown from all over the country, we can be able to translate, to trace in terms of food safety. Unfortunately, that is one area where, with the support of AGRA, we really need to bring in issues of food safety in terms of traceability, because we need to look at issues of minimum residue levels. We've done some studies, and especially for vegetables and fruits, the results are not very good, because in as much as we are regulating the Kenyan market, the food that is imported from our neighboring countries, the standards and the regulations are not the same. So we have a framework. Nairobi as a county has the Nairobi City County Food Systems Strategy. If you Google that, you'll find that. And it provides guidelines on the issues of land, water, issues of production, issues of markets. We also need to develop good urban markets. Issues of food waste also need to be looked at, because kitu ya kwanza inafanya gavana wetu aonekane ameanguka ni food waste. Ni waste. Si mnasema Nairobi ni chafu. Unfortunately, 95% of that waste is organic. And it comes from agriculture. 95%, the rest of the waste has uses, but most of the stuff that goes to the landfills in Dadora is not supposed to go there. So we are supposed to convert. So those are the issues. And then the urban poor. I keep on asking myself, if someone is living in Kibera and is going to work in an industrial area, and they have to rely on food purchases, do they have access to good nutrition? So we have to make sure that we look at, not look at the production part alone, but the whole value chain and the whole food system to ensure that the urban poor especially have access to quality food and good diets. Nairobi is number 2 in terms of stunting rates after Mandera, and also it is also leading in obesity. So we have the 2 extremes. And then people are not consuming good diets. Think of all the highways. What do you find? KFC? Name it. Look at what is advertised in Nairobi. Chips, chicken, Thika Super Highway, Uhuru Highway, everywhere they have, processed foods. Do people have access to healthy diets? So we need to look at innovations. And then, the last one before I invite Prof, is the issue of urbanization. One of the issues I think I was checking today is that we want to tunataka kubomoa zile old estates, we build up high-rise, affordable housing. What does that mean? We are bringing in more people in one concentrated area. So we have the twin problem of giving them food and managing waste. So those are the issues. We really need to look at the food systems strategy. We really need to look at how do we ensure that Nairobians and all the other urban areas have access to safe food and strengthening, having a resilient food system. And we want to thank AGRA for the support that they have been giving us in supporting food systems. We look forward to all of us. And finally, I happen to have an extension background. I did a JED and have some of my teachers here. The role of extension, as Kuboka said, it's a joke. I don't know how we're going to help the young people. I happen to be the person who deals with extension. The students who come for extension. Prof, Daktari, I think we really need to look at what is the future of extension in 20, 30 years. The young men who come there, hawataki kulima, na wanataka wapite. In 2 weeks, we have the Nairobi International Trade Fair. And those young men are really hating me for telling them that for you to finish, you have to go and do some work in the showground. Yes, they are extension students. They have come for extension. So where else can you learn better than in the showground? How to plant vegetables, how to do hydroponics, how to do aeroponics. They are your sons, they are my sons. You mean the Baba agency? They are my children. They are not your children, they are my children. And they don't want to do those things. Yet, your unity extension methods, kama upiti, itakuwaje, utagraduate. So how do we retool the extension system to ensure that the children value, extension? So with those many remarks, welcome to Nairobi for those who have come outside Nairobi. And remember that we need to get Nairobians more food and strengthen the food system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When you have listened to the city, so many fair that you listen to the people. And my name is Kiringai Wakamau. I come from Murang'a County. Most important, I'm a smallholder farmer. I'm a big good farmer. And if there's something that I suffer from, it's lack of food extension, particularly in livestock. In crops, we are slightly better, but livestock is actually worse. So my daily goods keep change. Agriculture, and I was actually one of the team members of what we call the Agriculture Transformation Unit. And we actually drove agriculture to the point that we did. But before we could do anything, the CS who we were hired to advise was told to step aside. So we actually offered our services to a sector that didn't have a head, and we were having to deal with a system that had been messed up. Why? Because all the extension officers that used to work for agriculture were promoted to become senior people in the county. All the senior people who were talking to these people could no longer talk to them because they were now more senior than them. And the mess that visited CARA to actually be the organization that is delivering extension services through people who have been promoted from extension officers to directors was so real. We have that problem today. And the Agriculture Transformation Office was actually supposed to offer a solution to these issues. So we started initiatives that sought to address that, which culminated to the agricultural sector transformation growth strategy, which it is that is driving, supposed to drive I suppose, our agricultural sector today. And then when you discover that you can't succeed, luckily, because we were not gifted to actually continue for long, and you see escape, and when he comes, he sweeps off those that belong to their person, so I came back to the university, and I had a question for myself. What do we do for this country's agricultural extension now that there is that mess that I have left out there? And when we formulated the ESTGS, there was a commitment that I made that the challenge that we are talking about associated with data that is associated with the youth, I will address it. Doing it from the university, because the universities are poorer than counties. Because at least counties have some allocation from the national government, and it is in the books. In the university, you write papers, proposals, send to initiatives like ours, KEFAS. You try to collaborate with them, get money to change the world. It doesn't come. So you actually realize, even when you have very good ideas, as Machan may have discovered when he was a Liseo, you have a big problem. No one wants to give you money. And when they want to give you money, they come with very clear agendas of themselves, because there is something that AGRA wants to achieve and keep as a deliverable for themselves. And if you are in variance with that, then you have a problem. Then, all of a sudden, you are called to the county to actually become a CEC, and you are driving the agenda of agriculture. That's what I was before I moved to demolition. And when I worked there, I was lucky to work with Peter. And Peter wanted youth that he can send to China, and so he has a very clear agenda of how his extension program needs to run. Sasa, I am here, this is what I want to achieve because I know the challenges I have. But Peter has his own agenda, and he wants to take my extension people to China. Then you remember that you actually had gone to that county with one agenda. We want to formalize extension. And this is what we have done as a county. I was lucky I went with an agenda on agroecology. And before I became a CEC, I had actually formulated the agroecology law from an organization that I lead, because I wear multiple hats. Although I'm in the CEC, I'm also the global lead for an organization called GODA, Global Open Data for Agriculture and Nutrition. And as you have heard, I also teach at the university. And when there, we signed an MOU with the Department of Research, the Secretariat of Research, actually, in the ministry, to drive flagship number 8 of the ESDGs, which looks for evidence-based decision-making research to guide research. So I have very many challenges that I have to keep driving. And when Bob was here, we developed the cassette with him. The thing that we actually first said when we met, we must regroup again. Now this is the time to change, because there is a new structure that's talking about systems. And these people are serious. And I believe in it. So we will actually come to you from the county. This is what we actually want you to do. Francis Roger is here because he has been supporting me to do the agroecology agenda. And he came in after I was the CEC. We developed a policy, and his organization by Vision actually came to support the agroecology agenda in Moran. I thank him for that, and they have been doing a good job. Last week, we were 4 weeks ago, we were recognized by Biovision and other stakeholders in the financial sector, because we are driving agroecology. We were the first one in Africa. So they actually came to actually see this model of extension. So they have identified some investment areas. One of them is actually how we now drive extension. One of the things that we have made clear direction is some of the things that people are actually highlighting here. How do you get the farmers to own the organizational framework that will drive extension? So we have what we call farm hubs, so that is where our young people will come and will offer extension services to the farmers, and it is near their home, so they will not actually be looking for places to actually go and stay when we come home. Number 2, we have identified farmer organizations that are doing some value-added services to the farmers, and we are saying these, our youth, will actually be working with you. So these farm hubs are actually connected to existing farmer organizations, and they are delivering that service of extension. But you have another problem. Those that are coming for extension, that are coming to look for extension support service, where do you take them? So this entity that we are calling the farm hub has to be upgraded so that they are offering more services from within there to the farmers, and we now have a connection with our universities. And because I came from a center that is actually looking at how we actually help with the ASDGs fraction number 8, then you actually must borrow everything that is needed in that fraction so that you can actually address it by doing something that is tangible to the farmers. So we are looking for investments so that these centers can actually become extension centers and can employ the youth. And we also want to have them as ICT hubs. And when technology. And we are the only one of the few countries that is looking at how AI can actually help drive smallholder farmers. So they are interested in setting up a center of excellence, but they don't want that to happen without having to have an AI center at the farmer level. So we are actually going to be doing that. And one of the things that we have agreed as a county is we must drive our youth to be the anchors of extension that is driving extension and advisory services for the development we want to do in Murang'a. And that therefore writes very well with an initiative that I had started in 2016 and is now owned by the Global Open Data for Agriculture and Nutrition, which is the organization that I now, by some grace of God, I don't know what happened, but donors were funding Gordon, then all of a sudden they decided to pull away, and the people at the headquarters didn't have salaries, so my center at the University of Nairobi remained the only standing office for Gordon, so I became a president. So you are actually seeing a president. of a group organization. So I'm ready to actually give the knowledge. You can actually do with Gordon, Global Open Data for Agriculture and Nutrition. And you see the kind of work that we are doing. Now without funders, so we are actually using the model that I'm actually setting up in Murang'a, so that we are trying to drive innovation and incubating the youth so that we can have knowledge exchange between, because it's a global organization and we have actually access to our knowledge hubs across the globe, so we can actually have extension support services that are not only local but are anchored across the group with people working together so that we can deliver services. One of our greatest partners is India, and the other one is China, and we'll be delivering a lot of interesting solutions around that. So we have Murang'a as the anchor for automation because Gordon is behind it. So you'll be seeing a lot of stories about our governor, but now you know where the glory is coming from. But he's a very receptive governor, and he actually has taken everything that we have said very clearly. But to drive that, then you need good partners coming and working with you, and that is why we invite you to Murang'a, because it is one place where we are having the only center for devolution and agroecology, and it is the center for AI to actually showcase what the Office of the Special Envoy for Technology in the country wants to demonstrate to the country, and you'll be seeing more of Murang'a as we go forward in that area. And our youth will actually be the resource that will be driving this, because it's about data, it's about knowledge, it's about working with farmer organizations. And we have developed in Murang'a an extension and attachment program that will be making our students come from the TVETs, from universities, and they will be working in those hubs that I have described. And Daphne knows that when I say I will do something, I will do it. And I have done it before. I don't talk as much, but we will want you to join hands so that you can demonstrate what this African Extension Coalition can achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. A round of applause for Mr. Kinanji and the Professor for sharing insights from the city, county of Nairobi, and also from the rural Murang'a County, as Professor put it. Yeah, I was afraid that Professor would talk until 2 p.m. because he can talk. And I didn't want to stop him, but the good news is that he used to be my lecturer. Now he cannot remind me and give me a supplementary because I stopped him from talking. Anyway, I hope everybody has received the lunch voucher. If you haven't, you will see Faith for one. Now we can break for lunch. I believe for 1 hour, let's try and be back. It's now 1:30. So by 2:30, we should be back and seated. I don't know where lunch is. Where is Faith? I don't know where lunch is served. Faith? Is not here. I guess then we just get out and follow where there is some good smell, good aroma of food. I'm sure we'll find the place. Then let's be back by 2:30. Daphne, you want to bless the food?
Yeah, let's pray. Thank you, Lord, once again for the progress that you've allowed us to have. As we go to take the meal that has been set before us, we pray that you sanctify it for our taking, for this is our prayer of faith and love in Jesus' name. Amen.
I've been in the ag space since 1997. I got into agriculture in 1997 because I'd been in South Africa with my children, who were very young then. I was very bored with the work that I was doing, and happened to see some very nice products in the supermarket. They were salad packs, and I thought, where are they making them? So I ventured out on one weekend, and we went out to a farm that had big polytunnels, and they had hydroponic production of these salads. You clean them and spin them and pack them and inject in the salad pack bag with nitrogen to make it last. And I was thinking, what if we brought back hydroponics to places that were high density in Kenya? High density people, instead of all the food coming in from outside, what if we actually produced in Kibera, in all the areas that were high density that could do with food? So we brought the thinking back to my mum's farm in Karen. And we set up some trials. But it's very scientific, and it was far too scientific for me. I didn't know what EC levels were, I didn't know anything. In the end, our trials completely and absolutely failed. So we put the salads in the garden in the soil, and they grew. And before we knew it, we had so much salad in the garden, much more than we could eat. So we started selling it, making our salad packs, but having grown not hydroponically, using soil. And the business was very, very successful. We soon were buying cars. There were no salads that were clean like that on the market. The airlines wanted our product, the hotels wanted our product. So we got into quite a big production system. And of course, a year later, people start copying. You know that business of, they always say, founders always have all the arrows in their back from everybody else who's coming after them. So we started adding value to our salad packs. We started putting radishes in there, little flowers, and little cherry tomatoes. And it kept us ahead of the market. We had the better quality. People knew our brand. In fact, the brand was what brought the power to our business. We labeled it nicely, and we were packaging. I'm actually quite ashamed of the amount of plastic we put into the ecosystem then, but that was what we knew then, 1997. In 1998, 99, I was out in the field spraying dimethoate, a pesticide, on the tomato plants because they had bugs. It wasn't damaging the plants. And I was not trained in agriculture, and I thought, well, let's get rid of them before they do damage the plants. So we went and bought some pesticide from the supermarket beside the bread shelf. This was before pesticides were taken out of supermarkets. It was called dimethoate. My mom and I were in the garden, we sprayed it. And she became extremely ill almost instantly. She got caught downwind. She became very, very ill. She started to vomit. She started to diarrhea. Sorry, we almost had to hospitalize her. And that's when I thought, what are we putting on our food? Agriculture is extremely personal for me, especially safe, toxic food agriculture. My mother, bless her, passed away in 2018 from non-Hodgkin's disease, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. There are over 153,000 cases against Monsanto for glyphosate, which drives non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So it became even more personal to me. And I started looking at what do we actually have in our food systems in Kenya. So what I'm going to show you, the last 5 years, I've been doing a lot of soil studies, nutrient cycling, finding out how do soils actually work. How do nutrients actually get into plants? How do they get into our bodies? How do we even know that they're there? And along the way I've done my training in the States with the Soil Food Web Association, Soil Food Web School. I have met some incredibly interesting people who are doing studies on nutrients in food systems. And that's what I want to share with you. I feel that we need to not only retool ourselves in the way we think, we need to retool the extension service providers on the ground with tools that measure, that give us data that can measure more than yield, much more than yield. We've been feeding ourselves yield, but are we feeding ourselves nutrients? So that's why I start. What is food? Is it volume or is it nutrients? Which of the two nourish our cells? Is food a commodity to be traded at the expense of its ultimate purpose, which is to nourish our cells? What happens to human health when we focus only on volume? I could say that for livestock health as well. What's happening to nutrients when global food systems are volume-oriented? There are a few things along these 5 years that I would say are, have had a profound effect on me. One of them is this, the MTV expose, Kenya's soils are sick and in need of rehabilitation. How many of you saw that? Exactly 5 years ago from today. We had some of our scientists, our specialists, people who are taking soil samples across the country, and they came up with one thing: our soils were in ICU. It didn't matter how much fertilizer, it didn't matter what the inputs were. We were not getting increased yields. In fact, our peak yield was over. We're still like that. So I parked that in the back of my mind as I was doing my soil studies. In 2022, the Heinrich Boll Foundation produced the Kenya's Pesticide Atlas. How many of you have seen that? It's kind of shocking, isn't it? The amount of pesticides that are on our foods. This was the beginning of the thinking that we need to ban pesticides. People have been talking about it, but there was no real data. There was no data on it until we started getting atlases and things like this put together. This year, they did the Kenya Soil Atlas. And what they found is shocking. Our soils are dead, but we've known that since 2000. 5 years later, they're worse. We have such a small percentage of our arable land that we expect to feed ourselves. As was mentioned earlier today, our population by 2050, I think it is going to be 85 million Kenyans. How are we going to feed people when our soils are rapidly declining? Our imports of food are up by up to about 37%. The last figure I saw, that was about a year ago. We're soon going to become food dependent on other places. And already the world with basic food is already in turmoil. And quality of food is something we're not looking at. How many of you saw the February agro-input sales, the Agri-Bora agro-input sales report? It mapped out all of the agrochemicals according to different segments for 2024, 1.3 million sales, used by 77% of the farmers. And in the chemicals where they were talking about agro inputs, excluding veterinary inputs, just the agro inputs, there was a list, the top 10. I have a picture of it somewhere here. But within that list, 6 of those products are glyphosate based. The top 3 are glyphosate. Glyphosate goes into the soil. We've been told it breaks down in 24 hours. It doesn't. It stays deactivated in the soil. It's exuded out through the roots from plants. And it stays deactivated. It binds to the cations in the soil, just like some of our other minerals do, like phosphorus, like calcium. And when we put phosphorus or calcium in the soil, it reactivates the glyphosate, and we get yellow flushes in our crops, and our crops don't grow well, and we get glyphosate in our food. I'm going to repeat, glyphosate is now being 147,000 court cases against Monsanto because of glyphosate. It's in our products. Monsanto, they're not labeled as Monsanto. You're all thinking Roundup. Guess what? Roundup is 10th on the list. So there are other brands in there of glyphosate that we now know about. Kausha, farmers are using on everything. They're drying beans, they're drying maize, they're drying everything. It is in our food everywhere. It is in your bodies now. It's in the water systems. It's everywhere. Another profound article was the article that was recently, I think it was in the Nation media, about our breadbasket area. We've heard today another shocking piece of evidence that I will put onto my presentation for the future, is that Nairobi leads in obesity and is second in childhood stunting. That is shocking. It's really, really, really shocking. But the breadbasket area, our breadbasket area, Murang'a, Nyandarua, etc., they're seeing unprecedented rises in obesity and childhood stunting, in particular, young boys. The future Kenyans are being stunted by what's in our food system today. And that scares me, because it's not going away, it's just getting worse. How do we know if our foods are safe? If you look at some of the effects of the chemicals that Honourable Mutahi Kagwe even banned, there are many that are still on the market that are responsible for being carcinogenic, mutagenic, endocrine disruptors, sexual reproductive order disruptors. If you look at what obesity is, it's not because people are eating too much and not doing exercise. We've been blaming it on lifestyle choices. It isn't. It is hormonal disruption, that the body is not functioning properly. Endocrine disruptors that are stunting children. The science may not have been done, but it's clear in other parts of the world. Why are we ignoring it in Kenya? There we banned our pesticides finally, some of them. We still have more banning to do, but at least we've got somebody on the side of our health from that perspective in the government at this point in time. And then, of course, the latest expose which showed that farmers are dying. In 2017, I did my first TED talk, and what I had said then and ended with was that if we don't look after our farmers, they are at the front line of all of these, not only zoonotic diseases that I was talking about then, but all of these chemicals, because they are the ones that use them. We always worry about, consumers, protect consumers. If we don't protect our farmers, who's going to grow our food? If they're not protected, we're in more trouble than if consumers are not protected. This is a slide that was from the Agricultura report of sales 2024. And if you look at the bottom there, the red, the veterinary products, we don't have human health data in that report, but we know that we're also pumping our animals with things, feed, medication, etc., etc. And if you look at the majority of sales are there, and you'll see that the majority of sales in the veterinary space are antibiotics. Those antibiotics are not only coming through the food products, through the milk, meat, eggs, they're also, the reason that they're being used is because the animals are sick. If we were to map human data with this, Kenyan population medical data, I think it would look the same. We're not a healthy nation. There's very few places in the world where people are healthy because food systems are completely broken. But when these things get into us, it shouldn't surprise us that we've also got rising cases of antibiotic resistance. That means your children get sick, you go to a hospital, they can't get cured, the antibiotics don't work. They have been fed antibiotics with every bottle of milk, with every egg, with every bit of meat. The other thing that is alarming a little bit here is when we look at the agrochemicals, and we'll see that more in the data, which the leading products are, which I've spoken about. Here you can see wheat oil 48SL, Kausha 48SL, Glycol 48SL, Governor 58SE, and Roundup. Those are all herbicides. Look how the three leading herbicides, those are all glyphosate, leading sales in this country last year. We haven't banned those. They're in our system, they're in your water, they're in the food you eat today, you can eat tonight, they're in our bodies. When we look at veterinary products, the leading one is pennystrep, antibiotic. Need I say more? What are our animals eating? The Bionutrient Food Association is an American-based organization that has been trying to measure nutrients in food. When we go and buy our food, we buy blind. We believe it has been produced under the best systems. What they did is they took over 3,851 samples from very many places across the world. And they tested them. They tested the foods for antioxidants, polyphenols, proteins, grain only, all those minerals, and they tested bricks. And they tested the soil that those plants grew in. They tested the organic carbon respiration, the pH, and also the minerals. I'm sharing some of their data. If we were to look at this graph here, it's broken up into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections. Each section represents the percentages, well, not really the percentages, but the numbers of samples. And if you look at it from the point of view that the green, the number 5 over here on this side, are the samples that had the most nutrients, the most polyphenols, the most antioxidants in them. Most of these, this was on carrots and sulfur. This was just sulfur in carrots. Most of them were pretty poor. Same thing when we looked at phosphorus in carrots. We know that we can produce over here. We know it can be done, but it isn't being done. It isn't happening. They then looked at antioxidants and polyphenols, same thing. Very few fell in the excellent criteria. The majority were in the pretty poor criteria. They looked to see if it was based on the varieties. The data did not show that it was based on varieties, as you can see. Some were good, some were bad, nothing very definitive. They looked to see if it was based on the region. Was it the ecological region these things came from? Nothing definitive. They looked to see if it was, I think that those were the actual sample sources. So what did it have to do with, I can't read that, it's small, but on the sample sources, or the sample practice. Was it because they were produced regeneratively, or organically, or conventionally, or high input? Was it because they were produced following, the permaculture? And they found that the only thing that drew nutrients and underpinned highest nutrients when they mapped their findings with the soil data was respiration and life in soils. We don't measure life in soils. When we measure food, we measure kilos. But it is the life in soils that creates the nutrient cycling in soils. In my teaching, this is one of the slides that I use. I took all of these products on the same day from 1, 2, 3, 4 different places. From Carrefour, Karen Provision Stores, these were around my area, from Mama Boga, and from Quick Mart. And I did the same kind of testing. You can use a Brix refractometer to squeeze the sap out of the plant and check. It measures the sugars and dissolvable nutrients, and the higher the reading, the more nutritious it is. So I thought, okay, what is on the market around me? I also overlaid the information with, for my class, I asked them, which would you choose? So they start making decisions. When we make decisions on what we're going to eat, we want price, color, size, kilo. We want to know it doesn't have insect damage, whatever it is. So I overlaid a little bit more information. I did sorry, this is just showing the Brix test. Where's that? Next slide. Okay, there we go. That was a Brix refractometer just to show you, but these were the results. Mama Boga had the best Brixed vegetables, which meant that if I knew that when I went to buy my vegetables, I would go to her. If we look at what Brix means to a plant that is grown using a lot of synthetics that can grow very quick and sappy, will have a low Brix. It's sucking up nitrogen, it's growing very thin cell walls, but because of that, it's perfect food for aphids, because the aphids is sucking insects, and Brix affects pests. And pests will go where their food source is. It's not that the pest came and damaged the crop. No, the crop was so weak, it attracted the pest. And it doesn't attract all pests, because where you see aphids, you're not going to see locusts. Locusts are not interested in the food of aphids. It's below their dignity to even eat low Brix food. We should be eating Brixed food that is above 15. That's what's fit for human consumption, but look at what we're eating. In this example, anything Brixed above 12 can defend itself against pests. You might get a few insects coming and eating those leaves, and the leaf cells are so strong, the plant is full of vitality, the plant immunity is high, it can produce toxins in its trichomes, and it can defend itself from pests. And they take a few bites and they go away. Everything below can and will be eaten, so we spray it to take the pests off, and it comes to the market looking great. Not only is it low nutrient density, it's also full of pesticides. When we look at it like this, and we layer in the different types of insects all the way up to the Brix, we see that only Mama Boga and a few things from Quick Mart will actually fit for human consumption. In the world of insects, we're eating insect food. That's what's on the market if we're not careful. Based on what I was studying, my company built the technology behind what we call the Brix lab. And we wanted to start measuring across Kenya to find out what is happening with foods from different places. It looks a little bit like this, and we do a quality assurance on the information that comes in by making sure that photographs are sent in as well. So whoever is collecting the data, is so easy to do, fills in the data into the system. We've started with this. But what we've seen, and we've done it across these sorts of these areas for now, what we've seen is that when we sort for the kinds of foods we're eating, broccoli, spinach, cabbage, kales, and skooma, 33% are in the excellent bracket, but a lot more are not that good. But that's the majority of what we eat. When we look at indigenous crops, kunde, terrarium, and nagu pigeon peas, we see that the bricks is different, it's excellent. But we all know that those indigenous crops, we've been told that they're better for us. We can measure that they're better for us. They don't get affected by pests and insects, do they? And diseases. A lot of it has got to do with what's happening in the soil and that nutrient cycling with the living soil biome. What we're putting together now is the NUDI initiative, which is the Kenya Nutrient Density Mapping Initiative, a citizen science-based approach to securing food quality from soil to fork, with an output being a BRICS atlas, where consumers have transparency, where they can look, input their own data, look and see where around them the best and most nutritious stuff is, instead of buying blind. Mama Boga, I believe, had more nutritious food because the value chain between her and her supplier is very short, and the reception that she gets from a continuous buyer is very, very quick. If you buy something from Mama Boga and you're a repetitive customer for her and you don't like it, you'll tell her. She'll pass that information on to her supplier very quickly. But how many of us go into a supermarket, go up to the management and say, that skooma I bought yesterday was horrible? We don't. Just take it. We buy it, we cook it, we eat it, we put salt somewhere. And we do that with everything. So we want to try and create transparency on one hand for consumers, and on the other hand, we want to use it as a management tool for farmers. So this is how BRICS works. In the morning, the sun comes up, and plants begin to photosynthesize. But we all know what happens there. Light, water, and carbon dioxide, the plant takes it in and forms what we call the liquid carbon pathway in the plant. Actually, it's a pump. The plant cannot get selenium, boron, any of the other microminerals. It can't get them from the atmosphere. And I remember in forests, we're not going in there with fertilizers, so how are plants getting these things? And what they do is they exude up to 30 to 40 and sometimes more of that liquid carbon that they pump out in the root zone. And in so doing, they send signals to the microbial community. We love those things. They see it. It's literally liquid glucose. They're able, through chemical signaling within that liquid glucose, to attract the microbes that will bring them the specific nutrients that they want at that time in their life. A young plant doesn't need the nutrients of a flowering plant. A flowering plant or a dying plant doesn't need the nutrients of a fruiting plant. They control that. They've done that for millennia. It's how plants and microbes evolved. And in the process, right there at the root zone, soil is built. The microbes form the small microaggregates, the macroaggregates. They allow for the soil to breathe. They allow for the nutrient exchange between lots of them. There's bacteria, fungi, protozoa, nematodes, macroarthropods. The fungi can actually collect nutrients from kilometers away through their networks, like drip irrigation underground, they bring it to the plants. But when we get in there and we chop it up with our tractors, and we get in there and we spray on pesticides and other things that kill them, we kill the soil biome. The ground gets hard, the ground becomes like concrete, and we believe that the only way to fix it is to plow it. A little bit more of the same damage that we've already done. And we do this persistently. And then we put chemicals in there, just like liquid chemicals in there, so the plants just suck them up and survive on them. But they're weak. We can all survive in hospital on a drip for a very long time. But if somebody says to you, get up, choka, go play football, you'll collapse. Our plants do not even, and our seeds, especially our indigenous seeds, they don't have the chance to even reflect their genetic potential when they grow, because we keep them in ICU, in our ICU soils. And we produce ICU food, and we eat So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you. That's the next thing that we're doing. Some people have said to me, you've been very quiet, where have you guys been? We started out doing livestock-related work with ICAO, then went on to crops. And what we found as we went down further and further and worked closer and closer with our farming communities was the problem was in the soil. So we started studying soils and soil microbiome. And that's where we are now. We believe that if we teach individuals to map, manage, understand soils, when our soils are right, when our soils are alive, all life above the ground is going to flourish. Thank you.
Thank you, Asu. I'm sure that has touched many people. Yeah, safety of the food that we eat is a big problem. And especially in our markets where we don't monitor, we have no traceability systems, we just don't know what we eat. As long as it fills our tummies, yeah, we're good to go. Some people say that they would rather eat food that is going to kill them rather than going hungry, and it's a problem. Our time is much gone, so I would want to invite Fidemona. We will have our not last, but we'll have a few more activities on the program, but one of the last ones that we're going to have is a panel discussion, and I will invite Fidemona Chege to take us through that. Oh, yeah.
You want 5?
Are we fresh?
Clap for Professor Agnes Kuruma. This one, this side, this side, this side. Okay, karibu sana, karibu sana. If you can sit there. So we have been given 40 minutes, and so each one of you will do this 8, and when you are 8 minutes out, I'll do like this, so that you can summarize. So that we don't exceed the time we have been allocated. So karibuni sana. We want to start with the CEC, or not even CEC, the Muranga Caucus Chairman. No, that is, I think, represented by Prof. And the discussion topic is operationalizing multi-sector extension platform at county levels. So this audience want to hear, what are you doing about this actor extension platform in your county? And I think all of us are going to learn from there. Please tell us. And first of all, introduce yourself, and then you tell us something about that.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Waziri James Washehe is an old friend of mine. I used to be CEC for agriculture before I moved to devolution. So he's not, his perspectives and mine will most likely be the same. I'm Kiringai Wakamo. I'm the CEC member for devolution, agroecology, partnership and external linkages in Muranga County. And I am honored to actually be a panelist because I didn't know that Peter would actually ambush me. But an ambush is always good when people ambush you because they believe you can actually deliver on the topic. And it is about the multi-actor extension platforms at the county level. In Muranga, we call them multi-sector partnerships, where we have a multi-stakeholders partnership program that are guided by institutions that come from diverse locations. In the county, because you saw the figures that were being projected, budgets are not very easy to come by. So what you do is that you look at those institutions that have been funded to actually come and implement projects for others, like KEFAS, they have projects. You then get another service provider. He's offering particular services, and then you group all of them, and that is what in the ASTPS we call it the County Agricultural Sector Steering Committees. And you domesticate your own CASCOM within the domains that you actually feel is beneficial to you. In my case, and that is what I continue doing because we are handling I'm responsible for agroecology. When I moved out of agriculture, I said I'm not going to leave agroecology behind because I was responsible for that. I brought it to the county, and I knew if I leave it to other people, they would actually not move it where I wanted it to be. So even though no one told me yes, I also noted that no one told me no. So I continued. And I am still the person who is driving the agroecology agenda. I have pushed the agroecology agenda from the perspective of having all these actors that we have funded by all various donors. And they go fundraise and they come implement activities. A big biggest challenge that you have in that case is they will come with agendas that are coming from those other partners that are funding them. So your role as the person who is anchoring the interests of the county is to make sure that you create a platform or an organizational framework where you'll be meeting them regularly, telling them to share their agendas and what they are doing in which areas. So we have that is ongoing, and that is the multi-stakeholder partnerships. But we also have now come up with our own initiative that I tried to describe here earlier. And as I was saying, it was anchored on the challenge that I faced when I went to the ground. Everybody thinks that because you are in charge of agriculture, you should actually give attachment to their children who are going to universities or colleges. And you are there now wondering, how does accounting offer attachment services to people and we don't even have farms? No farms and agricultural practice actually goes with the farmers. So if you are not one of the farmers, what do you tell? So it became necessary that we now organize our farmers so that the cooperatives that we have, can they be converted into aggregation centers? And now the farmers are actually an organization that can support these students as extensions. And it takes a long time to actually have that one in place as well. And if you are not, if you go to the county, one of the things that you'll find is that those grassroots initiatives are owned by some people called the MCAs. And the MCAs, when they see you having a very grassroots-oriented engagement, they have issues. So you have to start setting that as a program. You actually now invite people like Daphne and you tell them that this will be a women initiative, come and drive this, get Peter and come and drive this. So we have now created that framework where at every ward or at every location where we have a farm, we also have an external partner who is driving that. So we have gone further, and now we have engaged Murang'a University so that it is coming as a partner to the same forum, and it is facilitating the linkage with students who also are from the local environment. I can say that so far, the biggest challenge I have, of course, is that I have not been able to mobilize a lot of resources. But I have also developed, because I'm responsible now for partnerships, I've now developed a framework of engaging through Gordon, which I am the president. I actually now have a clear framework of how we can do what I'm saying we can do, and we have digitized the framework, and it is going to be now adopted. We have attracted the partnership of Equity, and the Equity president, maybe group CEO came to the county with the president, and they say that they will be supporting us. But you can't do that if you do not have a market end to actually assure people. So we have had a collaboration with Nairobi, and I think we were the first county to invite them so that they can come and we discuss how we will be selling our foods to Nairobi. And I can tell you, Kinyugi was there with his CEC, and the journey has started. We will actually tell you more when we meet next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I think that was good. We've heard that there is a platform, isn't it? They have a platform, and I'm hoping that the other CECs, or no, I think the other counties who are represented here, there's something you have learned, isn't it? So how we're going to do this is that I know some of you may have questions to Murang'a, but please write it down. After we are done, maybe we'll have like 5 minutes so that we can also answer some of these questions. Is that okay? Yes. Thank you. So let me also take this opportunity to invite our second panelist, that is Sue Kahunu. She'll talk to us about leveraging emerging technologies, shaping extension delivery to the last mile. So can we invite her with a clap? Thank you very much. Karibu Sue.
Pleasure. Thank you. You know most of the story about how I got to where I was making the salad packs, so I will go on from there a little bit to show you how the thinking started about getting extension to the last mile. So my business grew, sales grew, I opened up shops. I ended up taking organic products then, because we changed to organic because of what had happened to my mum. Getting organic products into the local supermarkets, into the shops, etc. I felt that organic should not be an elitist product, it should be available for everyone, and I still believe that clean food should be. It was one day while I was sitting in my shop, we were doing some training of our suppliers, going into the fields and training women farmers. And one day, sitting in my shop, actually it wasn't while I was in the shop, it was while I was at the coast when the tsunami hit in 2004. The tsunami in Banda Aceh, we were in the ocean, the waves came up, affected my children and I, who were on the sand and there was no water in the sea, and suddenly the water was like almost armpit deep. It was very scary. When we saw all the footage that was coming, that was when the first mobile phones were around, and we were seeing all that footage coming in the media. And we had it was the Red Cross, Save the Children, and Oxfam, who were asking people to send money to Banda Aceh, to Sumatra, to help with the people who were there. And I felt completely, unable to help, because you had to have a bank account. You had to send your money through a check to those companies. Go get a check from the bank account and then give it to those organizations. And I knew that I wasn't alone. As I tried to at least get a few shillings I had to help, I thought, how can we build a system that other Kenyans can as well? At that time, Michael Joseph was one of my customers in my organic shop. And I called out to him and I said, can we use the Safaricom platform to actually move money? This was before Sambaza, before M-Pesa, before any of the ways we know how to move money now. And he said, what do you mean? I said, what if we opened up one telephone number as a bank account, and then we asked people to send the scratch card, their 14 numbers, to that number, and we just loaded it up with money, and then that meant that Kenyans all over the country could send a little bit of money. I think the highest card then was like 250 shillings. So he said, let's try it. So we did. We set up what was the Kenya Tsunami Relief Fund, and we raised 10,000 shillings at the time. No, we raised 1 million shillings, just under 1 million shillings, and we split 2 checks between those 2 organizations. But what it made me think was that last mile is in the phone, because the phone is in everybody's hands. By I think it was 2008, 2010, just about, there was a war between Airtel and Safaricom, and everybody started getting cheap mobile phones. And I said to Michael, can I build an agricultural system on your phone? I was very bored of being a Dukawala. I wanted to get education out to more than just the few that we could teach in the field. So he said, how do you conceptualize that? And I conceptualized a bunch of different things, but eventually ended up with what I called iCow. And that's how iCow was basically formed. And the relationship we had with Safaricom to reach the last mile then was the content that the farmers were getting, they were going to be paying 1 or 2 shillings, and there was a revenue share with the telco. And we worked like that for about 2 years, and then I realized when we had, I think there was a drought or floods, there was another climate shock, and I noticed that farmers were falling off the platform. And I realized that prioritizing knowledge versus prioritizing where your expenses were when times were hard, knowledge was going to be the thing that was left behind. Yet knowledge was one of the things that was most critical. So then Bob came into the picture. We changed the pricing on our revenue share with Safaricom. It still didn't work, and later they brought in the platform that they were designing called DigiFarm, which was kind of like doing the same thing, copying what we had done as iCow. And after a conversation with them, they said, why don't you be the content providers for DigiFarm? And DigiFarm was going to be free. So I said, I'll do it on the condition that farmers can access knowledge for free. And that partnership we still have with Safaricom. iCow, the USSD SMS version, is free. Farmers all over Kenya can access it for free. The same platform has been used in Ethiopia with the Ethiopian government and also in Tanzania, but through program models, which are only as sustainable as the funding. So when the funding ran out for those programs, so did the farmer extension last mile. But in Kenya at the moment it's free, and farmers are using it all the time. We have about 9,000 farmers who are trying to access the platform every single month, and sometimes more than others, between 6,000 and 9,000. One of the things I found challenging in the space of designing and making digital systems was the noise around from everybody else. There were lots of challenges, lots of competitions, lots of startups, lots of all kinds of things attracting a whole bunch of people into this space, not necessarily for the right reason. Techies wanted to get in there to win prize money. They wanted to get into every event to win prize money. Others were just looking at forming data-driven systems and getting a lot of publicity, but they did not quite identify the problem that they were trying to solve on ground. There was no product market fit. We decided to step out of doing any competitions and things quite early because it's very distracting, and we stuck to trying to understand farmers, have that feedback not only last mile through phone as in messaging, but also through a customer care service that would call farmers and building feedback loops in the system that farmers could answer us, they could tell us, ask us questions, they could answer quizzes, all sorts of things, and that helped us to know whether the content we were delivering was good enough or not, or was creating any value. And what we realized was also that farmers that were staying were not staying for fun. There's nothing worse than getting messages into your phone all the time. They were staying because they were getting value. One of the research reports done by ILRI in the program that we did with them as in a partnership, the Africa Dairy Genetic Game Partnership in Ethiopia, the scientists did some research, and there's a paper out there that shows that using the iCow platform increased farmers' milk yields by between 30 to 50%, and this was literally in a 3-month period. The information was around feeding, around hygiene, looking after the animal. And that brings me to funding. How did we do it? In the beginning, we brought on equity partners. They came in and took a stake in our company. They put a lot of money in, but they also brought with us. It's never been about the money for me. It's what else do they bring? They bought a tech company, one of the biggest tech consultants in the world, Accenture, into our space. And they supported my young tech team with cutting-edge support, and they still do, all these years later. This was from 2010, all these years later. They still do because they love the concept and they love the outcomes of what iCow has been able to achieve. I know nothing about technology. I own a tech company. I can't write or read a line of code. What I do know is you don't need to. You don't need to know these things. You need to be passionate enough about them and know that hire the best that you can afford to hire at that time and make sure that they understand and conceptualize into code, into products, the things that you need if it's digitally based. And it's not complex and complicated for the last mile. So we built the USSD app. We've done a lot of iterations and extension tools. We have the whole ecosystem of tools. We also got into teaching. When I started learning about soils teaching further upstream, I started out with a program for border soil advocates, we called it. It was during COVID, and I thought all those borders who are not working, they're on motorbikes, they're like extension agents. I was borrowing from the program we had in Ethiopia, take those guys on motorbikes, get them knowledge, and get them into their communities teaching. The Border Soil Advocacy Program started as an online course over 3 months, learning an hour every day. Again, Safaricom came in as a partner, and they gave us airtime for these guys so that they didn't have to use their own airtime. We met every evening, once a week for 3 months, and I taught them everything that I knew about soil, and I connected my microscope to the computer. They began to see the life under the soil. The last class that I had done, the soil advocacy course, just took off. The last class that I had done in January this year had 420 students from 28 different African nations. That's the power of using technology to reach any segment within that mile, not just the last mile. So this is now, a lot of them are extension service providers, as well as students that have gone on into taking masters and even PhDs in soil-related things. I also started taking that same curriculum and teaching it to other organizations that reached out to us. This is just telling you a little bit about our business model. We generate revenue from those partners that have come to us and said, will you teach our community in the field your soil courses? And we've got a 7-month course now that we run with a MasterCard funded program in West Pokot. We started with 100 students. It's a 7-month course. We now have 5 courses that we're doing from 2025 to 2027. And then, the Newly partnership is something that we're just starting out new, which is going to be looking at everybody else who's on the landscape, who wants to get involved and start being part of bringing the data about our nutrients into somewhere that we have visibility, that we can say, we can see what's working, we can see where there's a problem. And then data is so important. If you don't have the data, you can't actually pinpoint where you can take the most cost-effective action. Even with the whole coalition process, if we don't have data underpinning all of those sorts of things, all of the players, it might just be a coalition of people that are still doing disaggregated sort of work. And finally, I'll just talk about what has been the most important thing for me when it comes to working in any coalitions. It's been relationships. Relationships take time to build. Relationships build trust. And then on trust, you can build partnerships. It's very hard to come from a place of partnerships to relationships and then trust. If you don't trust somebody in the beginning, you're not going to have a good partnership. So to the forum, I also request that we have some really, spend a lot of time and energy and effort in building relationships so that the coalition around extension for this country can actually work. Not that we meet once a year, but that we meet much more frequently using technology in different ways and different groups and build on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sue. I think there's a lot you have done, but one thing which I got from you is that you are very bold. It takes boldness even to approach those big companies as a Safaricom and the rest, but you are determined and things worked. And another thing which I picked was that you don't have to know technologies. There are people there, the agencies who can help you. So we should not be afraid. We can still do what you want to do because there are people there who can help us. Thank you so much. I want to invite our third panelist. This is the representative from CARO, and the person will talk about inclusive extension approaches, the place of youth and women in extension delivery as actors and recipients. Karibu. Please, can you introduce yourself because you're representing somebody?
Yeah, I'm Dr. Wellington Mulingi. I'm the Director of Social Programs and Public Development. Is it working? Yes. Yeah, I work with Dr. Kidai on STPS, and currently we are looking at the National Agriculture Investment Plan. And we intend to work a little bit more. I've also worked with Sue. She is very strict in terms of operationalization of the digital part. Very strict. You can't bring shenanigans. So, platform, she's very smart. Yeah, I actually met her. We were doing a study in collaboration with FARA and the PARI project, which involves FARA, the University of Bonn, ZEF, and the University of Bonn. So it is very important to include women in extension because they are very committed. The women I've actually seen, I've seen in some of the places where we work, I've seen extension officers, women extension officers, who are about to exceed and they know that there is not going to be a replacement, and they mentor one of their children to provide extension services. So we are really committed to, and
So they are usually, the women and the youth, they are usually face a lot of difficulties for inclusion in extension programs because of very many issues because they have challenges in empowerment to contribute, and I'll just touch a little bit on that. In Caro, we have been testing a few approaches. One is the innovation platforms that we have actually collaborated with the FARA, and we have also looked at digital platforms, which, under the support of the World Bank, we have brought digital platforms, including the Safaricom and many others, under one umbrella for us to provide content. So the other thing we have also been trying to test is the mother-baby approach, which we have found they are usually very inclusive to both the youth and the women, because the mother-baby approach is rural-based. Once it is the 5 minutes and just tap the second route. 4. Oh no, I didn't finish. So, the barriers include limited knowledge, I'm not going to that. Restriction in knowledge on facilities, and this is based on our study. Then there is also limited, for public extension, there is limited implementation of the appropriate policies and legal framework that support the dual extension service, both private and public. And then limited public extension on extension services at the county level, and also at the national level. So, how do you overcome these barriers? We need to develop implement appropriate policies which are already there, encourage collective action, because that is where women and youth thrive. Then enhance competence in extension services for women and youth in DICE. DICE is Digital Agriculture Extension Services, and ensure that TVETs and universities are offering curriculum that is appropriate, which is actually currently disappearing somehow. We are having a lot of problems. In fact, if you look at CBC, you find that agriculture is like it has been ignored. And in fact, for the 2 studies that we did with the FARA and the other teams, I even have an MP who has requested a policy brief on that, because it touches on some of those issues. We need to have a seamless array, that is agriculture research, education, and extension, without breaking. And we need to have both their levels to be on the same level, so that we can be able to move farmers and extension workers and other agriculture workers seamlessly. But at the moment, we find that TVETs are really down. Agriculture research is also down, extension is also down. So everything needs to be reworked. And that is one thing we want to work on with Professor Kerigai. Then we need to have a peer support network, mentorship, and inclusive technology. So I'm not going to talk about was this, but we found that market access is actually for especially digital platforms is really missing because of lack of appropriate tools, digital tools to access that information. To be able to link the national database to the people on the ground at the ground level. And content is a very big problem. And in fact, if you listen to Kau, I don't know whether she mentioned it, there are people who want to use, especially digital platforms, to sell things, including very expensive loans and bad chemicals. I think she mentioned a little bit of that. So I'll not repeat all that, I'll move quickly. I know my head is almost over. But, yes. So if the benefits of including women and youth, you can have very big transformation of agriculture through productivity and income, and in enhancing entrepreneurship. Actually, if you go to most markets, you find the women and sometimes the youth. So if you really support them, they can do wonders, and also at the farm level. Then ensure that you really bridge the digital divide. You find that digital platforms are a little bit higher than the farmers and the public extension service and all that. So you need to bring all of them to the same level so that they can be able to talk. And also bring research in so that the information can flow through that. And also at the university level, the education, and also the supporting research. All those should flow into the system to make sure that things are working. And especially supportive of women and youth. So you can also be able to improve food security because these people are really working. So with that, the rest of the things I can clarify through questions, if there are any, at the appropriate time. So I had a presentation in it is not possible on this stage. Thank you very much.
I think we stand up because I can see some people have switched off. But let's stand up, let's stand up. Let's start for him. Now when you're standing, eh? Thank you so much, and we are glad to hear that there is inclusivity of women and youth in agriculture, both in research and in extension. That was encouraging. And I'm sure you leave the presentation with the management here so that maybe it can come as a product of the conference and people can read it. Yes, so let me also invite our fourth panelist from ASNET, who is going to talk about extension beyond farm production, strategies for responsive extension system, extension within the food environment. Karibu sana, and please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nelson Wamboi, founder. Good afternoon. My name is Mary Swamboi, founder of Smart Inputs and Services. I'm a businesswoman, a youth, located in Murang'a County, and I deal with sales of farm inputs and advisory services. We have provided inputs and sales of, we have provided the sales of farm inputs and advisory services. At Smart Inputs and Services, do sell fertilizers, agrochemicals, livestock feeds, milk supplements, and also offer cultural advisory services. I've done a degree in horticultural sciences services, horticultural science and management, and I do it professionally, not just selling inputs, and we do it professionally as smart inputs and services. We are promoting several innovations like the bag gardening, which is applicable both in rural and peri-urban. Those with limited space and limited resources like water. In a bag you can farm various vegetables like spinach, you can do kales in the same space, herbs like coriander. We are also promoting innovation like IPM. There are challenges currently in our country of overuse of agrochemicals. We are advising farmers to embrace integrated pest management. We do sell things like traps, pheromone traps, and we follow cultural practices, physical method of controlling pests, such so that to minimize the maximum residue level of our produce. We are also doing sales of seeds. We are promoting high value varieties, varieties that produce high produce that are resistant to diseases. This is because of the climate change. It's everywhere globally. We do sell seeds that are resistant to drought. Like we are promoting a variety of maize that is doing so well in Brown County. In my area, it's called Savo 4141. And previous season, those who planted the variety had a bumper harvest. And we can testify that we have impact stories from the farmers. We have also, today we are talking about breaking from silos to systems. As a business, we are breaking the silo. We can refer to ourselves as silo busters. We have partnered with the county government, an authorized input seller through the Inua Mkulima program, where I remove the e-wallets from the farmers. They can purchase farm inputs. Do the same, and I've said I do branded operations where I sell inputs and at the same time I'm offering the services. We have been able to do that since the start of the program with the Brown County, and it's going on well. Farmers have embraced it, and everything is digitized. Farmers' information is stored online. You can retrieve the information whenever you want. On my side also, I can retrieve the information from the start of the project, which is last year. We have several challenges, not just, it's not always smooth as an input seller. We have challenges like limited resources. We do hold farmer training programs. Like last year we did one. This year it's not yet done, but still hoping we'll do it. Organizing the same is not very cheap. You have to provide for lunch, you have to provide for tea, everything, and your time also. On financial challenges, there are farmers also. Even if you train them on a technology, you may not afford to purchase the product you are talking about. Let's say the bags, the bag garden, the cold garden we are talking about. Very few are able to purchase. partnership whereby they could provide incentive for the same purpose I have, it would be good. We also have challenges with collaboration. So far we have one collaboration, which is, I can say the other, we can't add anything, but the one I'm having for human polymer earning, but the rest, I have to say without any permission, but no, it's business. I'm looking for partnership, like those companies doing soil testing. We do sell fertilizers, and we scale up. We would like to scale up as a business, not just selling fertilizers. We don't know the nutrients available in the soil. We would like to have a complete system whereby even if they are applying the fertilizer, it will be as per recommended, not just anyhow, to avoid toxicity and overuse or overuse. We have other challenges like talk of digitization, the financial challenges. As smart inputs, we do use the technology. Currently, the most active one is WhatsApp. We have farmers WhatsApp group that we pass the information to them either from the county government concerning agriculture or other extension partners or extension work in a country. But some things like managing a site have been a challenge, like a website. It would be very nice if we had support for the same. We have another challenge in seasonality of products. As smart inputs, we cannot control things like climate, cannot control a season. You provide extension services for this product, for this variety, this season, next season, it will be different. You see the gap in between, farmer will have forgotten unless you keep reminding them. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have had it ourselves that this digital extension by the youth is working, isn't it? Yes. Yes, and maybe we can also create an opportunity where maybe even today or tomorrow you can link up with some of the youths who are living here so that they can also hear and ask questions on how they can go about it, because that is the future. That is the future. Thank you so much. Maybe you can also say very briefly whether you are able to break even as you do the extension, the private extension. Are you able to pay your bills?
Yes, I'm doing it. Currently, since 21, we started year 2021 in the agro dealership. Up to now, it's still growing. Yeah, we are able to.
She can pay her bills and she can make some little money in her pocket, isn't it? So that is very encouraging. Thank you so much. And now we want to go to the last presenter, who is also a board member of KEFAS, Professor Agnes Ngumwa. Karibu sana. You are going to talk to us about reforming extension curriculum, teaching and practice in learning institutions. She's a professor in Egerton University, and I think extension is her blood. It's in her blood. Karibu sana, Professor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name, as you have heard, is Agnes Nkuruma. I work at Egerton University, the Department of Agricultural Education and Extension. My area of specialization is in extension, both at master's and PhD levels. And I have a passion for extension. That is why I joined KEFAS and really became active in the KEFAS activities. And so for this topic, it's about focusing on curriculum. We are aware that our training institutions, universities and colleges, we are the ones who are training the extension professionals, or we are training the agriculture professionals who go out to offer extension services. And there is an accusation that came from Calro that universities and TVETs, our curricula are off, you know. I don't know what he meant, but he was not implying something very nice. But what I would say is that we also are aware that sometimes the curricula that we offer in our training institutions, they are not well aligned to the demands of the market. So we try to review our programs every now and then. Like at Egerton, we review our programs every 4 years, because 4 years is the cycle through which a degree program goes through. And we also try to get stakeholder views and to do market needs assessment, and just to check and see what does the market want out there. But sometimes it's not very effective, because at the end of the day, when our graduates go out, you hear people complaining, these graduates, they are not effectively equipped, especially in terms of practical skills and so on. So one thing I can say is that we really need to have a very close collaboration between the various actors in the agriculture sector and the training institutions when it comes to the curriculum. Because we have our programs that we offer, and we try our best to align the curricula to the market needs, but there is always a challenge in terms of limitation of resources, especially if we are talking about public institutions that rely on the government for capitation. So sometimes we are not able to engage stakeholders effectively enough. Sometimes we are not able to expose our students adequately to practicals. And maybe it's because of the issue of resources. And so what I can say is that, especially when it comes to training in extension, you realize different institutions, they offer an element of extension and call it different things. We like to say that Egerton is the mother of agricultural education and extension. It's actually the oldest institution of higher learning in the country. And we started off the first program that was specifically for agricultural education and extension. So the program trains teachers of agriculture who can also become extension professionals. But then it is a program that is like a double degree, where the workload is very heavy. You require a lot of practicals, because they do everything agriculture across the board. They'll do livestock, they do crops, they do agriculture engineering, they do agriculture economics, agribusiness, environment, animal sciences, a little bit of, okay, not really a little, but they cut across. And so it's not a program that is easy to offer or cheap to offer. So different institutions have their own variations. So you'll find people giving degrees in extension, maybe a BSc in extension education. Another one is agriculture and extension. And so different kinds of curricula that are out there. But there's no time when we have come together to look at that curricula for training extensionists and ask ourselves, what are we teaching? What skills, what competencies are we giving to these graduates of ours? So people go out to work, but they are equipped differently, and nobody checks. And that is now the challenge we have in extension. You see, as of now, we do not have, our professional standards in extension have not been actualized. So that we don't have a legal framework out there to regulate extension services, to say, like, if you are to be an extension professional, you must have this and this and this qualification. So everybody out there is an extensionist. Everybody out up there is offering information, they are servicing farmers and so on. And so we have a lot of variations, a lot of, maybe the standards in some cases, they are compromised, the quality is not uniform. That is one challenge that we have. And so, for me, I would say that it is time to have that conversation about how do we train our extensionists, the curricula that we use for training extensionists so that we professionalize extension. Just the way that teaching is professionalized. You cannot just go and become a teacher. TSC is so strict. So in the same way, we need to professionalize extension. And this is especially key when we are talking about moving from silos to systems. Because, you know, it's one thing to talk about systems. It's another thing to actualize systems. We talk about collaboration. It's one thing to say, yes, we are collaborating, we will collaborate, but actual collaboration is another ballgame altogether. So there is knowledge and skills that extensionists require for them to be able to effectively operate within a systems kind of a setup. Because right now you may find that a lot of people who are out there, who are offering extension services, they are sort of in competition with one another. And people are looking after their own turf. You know, you want to protect your territory, you want to protect your turf, and so on. So collaboration is key, and yet we may not be ready for it, we may not be effectively trained for it. And so, I feel that our curricula can go a long way, because that is the process through which we get our professionals in the agriculture sector. So if we can incorporate the right skills, the right competencies, we teach them and equip them effectively so that they are able to operate within a systems kind of setup, it would be really good. Then another thing I would want to add is that apart from the training that we do in institutions, we can also have short courses that are offered to extension professionals who are already practicing out there. So that even if you do not get it through your college or university training, we can still have short courses that are targeted, giving specific skills. And not just technical skills, because many times we train people in technical skills, which is okay. But just skills like, communication, people skills, entrepreneurship, digital literacy, soft skills like collaboration, conflict resolution, problem solving, creativity, innovativeness. These are skills that people need today as we shift from silos to systems. So our curriculum, they are trying, but we've still got a gap. And it is a conversation that we can set off even right from here as a forum, that there is a problem with the curriculum for training extensionists, and so we need to think about how to actually have professional training for extensionists so that we can be able to succeed in our systems-oriented extension services. Thank you.
Actually, Professor, you have put it so well. I thought you were complaining. The only thing is, we need also professionalized farmers.
We also need to professionalize farmers at the TVET level. Exactly what you have said. And thank you so much. I'm not against the universities because I'm also a teacher.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you for being bold also, because you have told us those challenges, and I think they are very, very important to bring them out, and especially that standardization of the curriculum. I think we have talked about this for many years, even when I was in extension, so that the people coming out, they are standardized, kind of. You know, like you have doctors, you have lawyers, and then it is very easy to be accredited. Because now every Tom, Dick, and Jerry is an extensionist, because they have not been accredited. And when you do accreditation, you are exposed to some exams, so that now you can be, a lawyer has to go to the school of PSC number, you're kind of accredited, isn't it? So I think that is an important conversation which you can start from here, and as we do our call for action, we said we are going to, tomorrow we will have a way forward. I think it should come out very, very clearly that we did that standardization, we did accreditation, so that it is also respected as a career. Yes.
Yeah, I love your reference to the other professionals, to doctors, to lawyers. So let's take that example of a doctor. If a doctor gave me medication that killed me, what could my family do? Could they sue the doctor? They could. Okay, I'm the patient, right? I'm the one that had a problem, and they gave me medication, and they were skilled, and they gave me medication. Let's talk about soils being the patient. Okay? Soils are the patient, and the farmer owns the soils and relies on it for his livelihoods, for his family, for his children, for his own income. And somebody comes along with toxins that kill the soil. Who takes responsibility? But nobody does. Nobody does. So let's park that idea that somebody needs to take responsibility, because otherwise farmers, really, they're just landowners. They're not really responsible if somebody else comes and tells them something that might work or might not work. Okay, let's park that idea for a bit. Let's talk about the education and the accreditation and the thing. So in Switzerland, if you are a farmer, you need to have gone through a course. And you need to be educated before you're even allowed to produce food for others. If you're farming for yourself, and you're a little shamba shayaka, but if you're going to produce food for the market, you need to be trained, okay? So that's one thing. Let's park that thought as well. On the panel here, we have two of us who are very passionate, and maybe others, about agroecology, which is not the same as high input agriculture. So when it comes to accreditation, what accreditation? What system? When we go back to medicine, you have homeopathic doctors, conventional Chinese medicine, a whole bunch of things. There are a whole bunch of different accreditations and career paths. Let's assume we decided that we would do that in agriculture. We would have accreditation for extensionists teaching agroecology, accreditation for those that are doing a different kind of agriculture. That's the same in most parts of the world. But what does the extension provider need to know if he's dealing? Because what happens is, it's a little bit like the guy who's gone with his can of artificial insemination straws to the farmer. He tells the farmer what the farmer should put in his cow. The farmer doesn't have a choice, he doesn't have the knowledge, he doesn't know. And it might be that only Jersey breed is in his tank. Now when an extension provider comes to a farmer's land, and he only knows conventional agriculture, that's all he can teach him. It's all he can support him with. So when we think about what the extension provider needs to know, let's think about this in a very holistic way, so that we get extension providers taking responsibility. Their patient is the land. Taking responsibility and being answerable and accountable for anything that might go wrong. So we need to think about what kind of systems could do that then?
And on that note, I need to remind us that I mentioned that jointly with Muranga University, we have a certificate in a postgraduate program on agroecology. We are also going to be having short courses in the center, the Devolution and Agroecology Center that I mentioned that we have established. We are going to be creating, because we were the first to create the law and policy on agroecology, we are also now not, and many counties have been coming to our county so that they can benchmark that one. So we are now moving to the next level because they now have embraced the policy and law dimension. We now want to move to the next one, training them so that they can actually practice it professionally, and we are integrating geographical We have quite a bit in store on agroecology, and we have standardized programs. You will not be coming to practice in one if you actually, in agroecology, if you actually are not accredited to our program. Thank you.
Thank you.
One big one.
So let us continue discussing it. Please, we need questions from you.
Yes.
So can we have a show of hands that people want to ask? Please, this is the time for you to ask questions, but before they do that.
Yeah, one quick one. I saw one of our findings was that the content by some of the digital platforms is terrible because they just pick things from wherever. And you know, Garo is a public institution, and we provide content for free for some of these things. And Sue was very good in her content and also in the control of the youth environment. Now, I saw Canvas, there is some registration of digital platforms. I would like to know what parameters you use to ensure that the digital platforms are disseminating information that is authentic, that is not harmful to the farmers and all that. Because, as I told you, that some of the digital platforms, because they want to make a kill, and like Sue, they invite all manner of organizations who want to sell expired chemicals and all that, and information that is not worth anything.
Yeah, one thing, I can say not to the other dog. Where is somebody from Papers, please? But can somebody else ask a question? Yeah, then we have another one.
Yeah, they are here.
You can ask three. Three. Lady there. There's one beside.
We start here.
It's a comment to Professor from Egerton. I've just looked at the internet and seen the best universities in the world also actually review their curriculum 3 to 5 years, but they do periodic reviews every year. So I wanted to know whether we also do periodic reviews every year in Kenya, and if that is not happening, what can we do to improve? My second question is on system transformation. We've been talking since morning. At SMB, we really do a lot of system transformation, and I saw some areas we could partner with KEFAS, particularly the measurement metrics on system transformation, if that has not been developed yet. And if any of the panelists want to talk about it, they can, but you don't have to. Thank you.
I don't know what I
Thank you so much for the great insights, the panelists. My question is to go from Madam Sue. There have been agri-techs, so many of them are coming up, young guys are coming up with agri-tech. But we have seen a challenge where most of these agri-techs they fail because maybe of the disconnect what they want to solve versus what the farmer wants. And also because I've seen low adoption of the technology on our side, maybe due to affordability and also maybe trust issues, the information being given or the kind of transaction that is happening. So the question is, what are the best strategies you guys have seen that can work to increase the adoption of the technologies, and also what are the partnership models between the private companies, the startups, and the farmer groups that can enable adoption of these agri-techs, mostly right now with AI and IoT and all these other things. What best strategies can we bring out the startups, the larger institutions, the farmer groups together so that we can achieve we can have something which is affordable and impactful. Thank you.
Thank you for the good discussions that you've had. To Prof. Kiringai, I would want to ask about creating farmer managers. We know that in a value chain that you're talking about, there are different interdisciplinary teams that do good for, for the whole chain. So I would imagine that you'd want to make farmers do better farming, and then maybe create, get managers who are well skilled to actually take up the management roles. And that's so that we can be able to have good, systems that work with the skills. Because a farmer who is not really has the skills for management, unless you really want to take them through that system to be able to be good managers. And then the other thing is, in cooperatives and farmer groups, what are you doing to strengthen governance? Because governance is a real issue when it comes to our systems. And then to Sue, I really feel that the food safety story is very scaring to all of us. And I don't know if you have explored and you can help us look at what organic alternatives we have to pesticides use. And then I'm wondering which way for our food, how do we empower farmers to make the right choices? And given that farmers are faced with the socioeconomic situations, costs versus the good of our public, and also the government is also looking at commercial interests and politics at the same time. So how do we navigate this? It is very critical for all of us as a nation to think about that, and so we're wondering, how do we move that? And then we're talking about information, and there is this information fatigue. There's so much information out there that and I know you've talked about it. How do we now help farmers choose the right information? And then to Sue, I'm also thinking about the extension accreditation. But still, farmers make choices given their socioeconomic situations. They make choices to either buy this or that, given what they have, because they're the ones who are really doing the work. So if you now say the extensionists are going to take the bullets, how is that? The extensionist just gives the information. The farmer makes that choice. Thank you.
Hello?
Okay, thank you. There's a question that was asked about whether we review curricula periodically, because I said we review every 4 years. But then there's provision for review based on need. So it is not cast in stone. When there is a need for us to review, we will review. For example, last year and this year, at Egerton, we spent a lot of time trying to align our teacher education programs to the CBE system of education. So a lot of reviewing was done of the curricula. So what I would say is that the policy is that the curricula are reviewed at the end of every cycle, which is like 4 years for undergraduate programs. But then, when the need arises, then there's provision for you to review. So that is how it works. Thank you.
Thank you. The other professor has also mentioned.
Thank you very much to Mohammed. The best approach is to not develop a solution because you think you understand the farmer. It is to identify the farmer whose solution you want to develop and then grow upwards, not down. Majority of the tech architects start by assuming there is this problem. They come to a meeting like this and they know there is a problem in extension, and then they start developing a solution on extension. They don't understand extension or what the consumer of the extension program needs. So start with an understanding of the farmer. Don't even go to AGRA and tell them that we actually understand that you are experts in this. They don't know the farmer. Go and talk to the farmer. Understand the needs as they come. Don't do ag-tech development because you understand tech. Do ag-tech development because you understand agriculture. That is the disconnect. So how do you go about that? Partner with farmer organizations. Partner with county governments. Then you will have the solution that you need. And to Dr. Purity, I think the issue that we are talking here at the county level is we have those farmer organizations that we work with. They are owned by the farmers. Yes, it is true. The biggest challenge that we have there is governance. And knowledge is actually what drives that. So if you actually start with looking at a framework that, one, ties the farmers to the understanding that you do good with your production, then you have access to the market and you earn more on the basis of that, so that you can actually be able to standardize whatever it is that you are giving to the market. Then you have a very good engagement with them that makes them aspire to do good things within their agricultural production. But they may not have that capacity to make choices. And as you have well put it, there will be an array of actors who will actually come with various pieces of knowledge. And they are experts because, as we have said, anybody who has money today can hire an extension officer, even if the officer understands nothing. So the best is to have now that model that now engages the producers so that they can do the aggregation, and at that aggregation point, then you can put the knowledge workers. Today we have what the World Bank and the government of Kenya have created that are called agripreneurs. The agripreneurs will have those skill sets that you say are diverse. So we will be saying that Sue will be very good in soil. So I will have Sue as an agripreneur sitting in that farmer organization. The farmers know that Sue is the soil expert. Muringe will actually be the one who is very knowledgeable on the markets. So we will actually be aggregating around him to actually advise us on those. So in a sense, what I'm trying to say is maybe you may not have one person who has the capacity to host all the knowledge or the skills that are needed at the farmer level, but you can actually address that if you have multiple advisors at that local facility that will actually be able to deliver that as an extension service on the basis of what or who needs what. And it is going to be at the cooperative level that we do that, train and the people who are in the cooperative, make it a standard that you will actually be following to ensure that they are trained on governance and you have systems. These days we actually are relying on digital platforms. Eliminate humanity, eliminate the human face in decision making so that they are as far away from what can hurt the farmers as possible. Thank you.
No jack or poultry.
No jack.
I couldn't agree with Prof more, because if we look back to the days of ChemCall, that we're going to be a call center for farmers, I was asked to advise on the process, and I said, well, there's going to be no one person behind a telephone who can answer all the farmers' questions. You'll get people calling you about chickens and cows and goats and maize and beans and soils, and which one person, which one ministry, which one individual knows all this stuff? And ChemCall wouldn't last for very long because the farmers just didn't find it helpful. So the value that the farmers are getting is what is incredibly important. To your question about ag techpreneurs, aside from really being able to identify the problem, when we started, we thought that if we were to collect milk records from farmers, we would be able to use that data of milk records to give us some idea about how the farmers were doing. And the farmers, remember, in those days were paying for their SMSs, and they had to give us a milk record twice a day because they were milking twice a day and pay for an SMS to do so. Well, it turned out that at that time, farmers were making 11 shillings a litre of milk, and it was going to cost them 10 shillings for 2 SMSs. So why would they sacrifice every day 1 litre of milk to give us a data point that was not giving them value? We shelved that idea very quickly because it didn't work. Now, most agri-techs will come up with something as dumb as that was that we did, and keep pushing it, and keep trying without saying, okay, that doesn't work, let's leave that behind. We talked about, you asked me, how can the farmers gain trust in the agripreneurs? What about, the quality or the adoption? Entrepreneurs never go around asking people to help them with how adoption happens. An entrepreneur is somebody who takes the risk, creates a solution, and tries to get it to market based on what they have seen needs fixing. It's not easy. There's nobody there who's going to hold your hand and carry you away. It's hard work. It's very, very hard work. So there will be many agri-techs who don't make it. But perhaps what is needed here, especially in the agricultural space, because of the disconnect that we've just heard about, we've got people who know how to do technology, who don't know farming, who don't know agriculture. Perhaps this system should end up with an incubation space and a mentorship space where the agri-techs can begin to learn, get a hold of the real conversations around the problems that are there, tease them out, and maybe hear what the solutions and problems might be from the other side before they start building, because it can be very expensive to build. For us with private companies, we had to make those relationships. We had to build those relationships. Nobody was waiting for us. Nobody handed them to us. We had to go out there, find them, and build them. Every business does that. Dr. Purity, about food safety and organic pesticides. Now, this is the myth. Every farmer who's being asked to convert from using high input toxins, the first thing they think is, insects are going to come, so how am I going to still kill them? And there it is, where is the biopesticide? Where can I get an organic pesticide? What if I can't afford it? The reality is, as I told you, the insects are there because the soils are failing. The soils are failing because the life in the soil is failing. When the life in the soils is optimized and we let it and we encourage it, and how do we do that? By keeping those solar panels, the leaves of solar panels, bringing food into the soils. When we keep our soils covered, when you hear people talk about cover cropping, think as farmers we're actually farming the sun. We're farming the energy from the sun. If your land is bare, there's no energy going in the ground. There's no money going in your bank. If your land has got lots of solar panels at different heights, you're you're sucking down that carbon dioxide and feeding the soil microbes, your plants will be so healthy, you will not, I have not used pesticides since the year 1997 on anything I've ever grown anywhere. You just don't need it. So it's that transition which comes with education and knowledge. And for smallholder farmers who are going into a transition, it's try it on a small space. Because they fear leaving something they knew, even if it wasn't very good, even if it didn't guarantee you a good yield, even if it put toxins in the food chain, there was a fear, if I leave that, what if it fails? But soil can transition much quicker than we think. The microbiomes of this world, we've seen it with COVID, spread like this. You can heal soils in a very, very short period of time if you allow them and if you know how to. So that's education and these. You asked how do farmers make the right choices, and the blame then being on, is it the agro-dealer, but the farmers are making the choices. But are they really making the choices based on what knowledge? Or are they just taking what is available? Is their choice based on knowledge, on trust, on desperation? We need farmers to be making choices based on knowledge. Yeah?
Thank you. Thank you. I think there was a question for yeah, there was a question for you, Wami, before you go. Then we can go back to the another page. Read out the questions.
Yeah. Yeah. You have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Yes. You want me to repeat?
Yes.
Yeah. I noticed that you are registering digital platforms, but the biggest concern is that there is no legal framework to control what the content that they provide for farmers. Some of the digital platforms are very articulate in what they do, and they are very specialized, like iCow. But others, they want to be a jack of all trade, and in the process, the content they have is terrible. Is there anything you do? Because I saw that you are registering them, the digital platforms. What are the requirements and what value do you have?
Okay, thank you very much. We have been working for a number of, I think 2 or 3 years, with some of the youths, including one in front there, that is the digital connectors. And this one was an initiative which started with FARA, IAFU, and Asareka. So it was a program which aimed to address the challenges of farmer to extension ratio, whereby we picked, and when we were actually selecting the digital connectors, they must be qualified people. That is, they are qualified by having either a diploma in agriculture extension, a degree in agriculture extension, or related discipline, or such areas, so that they already have the content. And what we did, we provided the digital connection for them to be able to reach more farmers. And then we also trained them to be able to develop short videos and programs which are targeting the farmers. But in the process, they actually use both physical and digital tools to be able to reach more farmers. So by the fact that they are qualified as agriculture extension officers, that one was a plus to be able to look at the quality of information they are having. Now the challenge with the digital connectors you're talking about, there are those ones which you come and they are not specific focused to offer extension. We are currently working with Akovo. I can see Stella is here. And we are also looking at developing an ag connection platform. And this one is localized, whereby the repository of information is from the local extension service providers. So in case you have good manuals you have been using, or you have any content, you provide to be able to use the repository, but the information which you are going to get through the AI platform or whatever is informed by that specific content which we provide. That's why the way we are trying to regulate about it. But I know at the national level, we have a lot of issues like that, data protection, which we really have to be looking at. So there is need, of course, to look at policy level on the policy framework to be able to guide the apps and the digital connection. And this one aligns with what Professor was saying, professionalization and accreditation. So that is something we may need to look at.
Can I add something into this conversation that I think is
Before as you get the phone, the microphone, the farmer to extension ratio has now changed. It's very misleading because of technology, and it is misleading to policymakers and also policy making. So we need to revise that World Bank ratio and then FAO ratio and give a correct one so that we can make the right decisions on extension.
Thank you. Great. I just want to add in something quickly that also goes back to that question about agripreneurs, but also touches on what we're talking, agri-techs, agripreneurs, what we're talking about here. So in our early days, when we went to, we thought that one of our revenue models could be we speak to some of the big dealers in the agro space. We went to Cooper's, we went to Unga, and we actually were asking them to do something. We said we will help you if you do something like, instead of expecting farmers to come to sales points, why don't you do a Black Friday event where once a month you drop prices and you allow farmers to come and buy collectively or whatever it is. That's the offer we went with them. What we found is they started saying to us, we will work with you if you only work with us. Okay? So when we look at why a lot of the guys in the digital space fell out, was because with that model where you became the marketing piece of an agro provider, you're no longer an independent extension provider. And part of that worries me about agripreneurs, because now we've joined the two, and we've said, go and talk to farmers, and there's some stuff you can sell them. Are they not going to be trying to market what they've got in their backpacks from day one? Is the conversation not going to be biased to what they're trying to sell? Can we think about whether it's actually helpful to have advice and agro inputs being the thing that goes together, or because you can't have non-biased advice then. If my lifeline, my KPIs are that I need to sell 100,000 shillings worth of agrochemicals, every farmer I meet I'm going to want to sell something, isn't it? So, and the education that I'm going to give them and the advice I'm going to give them, hey, that's second interest to what I'm trying to do.
And to address that, that is the reason why the old model of the cooperative that we used to have, the cooperative has relationship with the agro input suppliers. They come and market to this hub that we are talking about. The person carrying the knowledge and going to the farmers is not going to go to them with a sales back box at their back. Or like our sister, I have this shop and I want to offer the extension. And she will be approached by Mulinge who supplies input A, and Sue who supplies input B. Sue says, you know, we are sisters. So they will always be talking sister B, and Mulinge will actually be suffering, and he most likely has the most potent input for our agriculture. So to address that, then that becomes a challenge of a committee that sits in the cooperative, and they are also being advised by another body. That is where the agricultural department or extension department in a ministry comes.
Thank you very much. I think we can have three more. There was a gentleman there. I think you're the first one. The lady, this side. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. So my name is Julius Valero, and I'm the founder of Ulima Modern Seedlings and Nurseries. And I'm glad and I've been glad to be on this platform. Several, I've met Sue, I've met Agnes, I've met very many people from this platform. But now, do we have here that are practicing agriculture? Just by the show of hands. No, at 5, okay, at 5 years and below. At 5 years and below. See where I came? So, there's a lot that have been said, but in particular, I'll target Sue. Sue will interact, etc. But for now, so there's this one thing that I'm one of the beneficiaries of the digital connection, and I've gone further to make several developments. There's a time I developed a knowledge hub that, and I believe the same idea is what Professor Kirengai is having, and I had it before. So there was a platform that I created that I want to join Murang'a University. Then it was a very big platform that I even pitched the county government. But now, the thing is, so this is for you. There's the Agritech Edition bit, and that's why I've started with very simple statistics. How many young people do we have here? Most of us have these ideas. Most of us have been these platforms. But my question is, how many partnerships have we created or have we benefited from such platforms? I remember when we were having lunch today, Nedias asked me, na sasa hapa naona kuna watu wengi na wanakaa wanajua sijui nini, tutapataje partnerships? She's there. Nikamwambia, I guess the best way that we can do is like Mr. Mwangi has left. We can target Mr. Mwangi and probably atupe easy things. Because one thing, I'm talking out of experience and out of shida zenye nimepata. I've developed all the platforms by my own money. Nikikazana nione whether I can bridge the extension gap. Because right from seedlings propagation, Ukulima Modern inapeana the whole thing. From seedlings, agronomy to IS. But you see, the initial idea was bridging the EA extension agent to farmeration. Yeah? So tukadevelop. But nikakosa protection ya copyright. So there are some things zenye singefanya, and I'm happy that Sue amesema vizuri sana. I've noted here at some point there's something that you develop, but Safaricom wakachukua. You were strong. We are not strong. You see? Then akadevelop ingine akakazana. Then there's another issue on partnerships. So my challenge would be, if we could start with the young people who are here, to washike mikono. And my the question that I was posing is, so do you have like an innovation hub? Are you training young people so that they don't go through what you went through? That's one. Because for my case, I've done BSc, Agribusiness Management with Information Technology. But the information technology was part of the curriculum. So I might say that I was a bit biased. I didn't take it like the seriousness that it deserved. But for now, I'm telling you, I cannot offer any extension service without digitizing it. So that's one. Then the issue of partnership, the issue of IP rights and data protection. So the question of, do you empower youth on agri-tech, the journey, the challenges, and IP protection? Because some of us here would have the ideas, but we are not in a position to meet Safaricom, we are not in a position to meet Accra, we are not in a position to meet Sue. So I believe this would be the best platform to start with the young people here when you wamechukua hiyo mikono at they are in agribusiness and the digital approaches. So then again, there was an issue on funding. Like I've told you, the little that I get from the farmers, that's what I've used to build my website. That's what I've used to build the academy. And recently, I developed an AI
Uganda currently has a chatbot. And that chatbot, there's a time I got an advantage to go to Uganda during the extension week. And mind you, just like most of us have quoted here, that most of the agri-tech innovations that are there, zinatumia AI directly. Like, ukiuliza, what the spacing of mango, it will give you 6 by 6. Hiyo labda imepitwa na wakati. We have the density farming that may be currently 5 by 5 meters. So out of that, I challenged the same thing in Uganda. Then the same thing has been challenged here. So like for my case, when I was developing the AI for the chatbot, what we've done, tumechukua, because myself naendanga kwa field, then I'm happy that I have my guy here. Ni mwenye anawaka na nursery direct. So when I developed the AI, I didn't even tell him that I developed the AI. So I told him, there's something that I've done, I just want you to, where over the weekend, just go through hizo vitu, na nikamwambia very specific, you get the point. Iulize maswali yenye farmers wanakuuliza, right? Maura? So that was the thing. Iulize maswali. If the farmer was at our premise, I want avocado. Do you have avocado? Yes. What's the spacing for avocado? Naenda kupanda Mwea. Can it do well in Mwea? So out of the challenge that we have, na vile tuliona, we've customized our AI. So that's another thing. But the thing now, okay, in terms of such development, can we have people wenye wanatushika mikono, wenye wanatusaidia in such things? Like, there's a time we were to pitch on a live pitch. Then unakuta the person managing the website inaenda chini and that person wears in part. So I believe there are young people here who are innovative, but in such platforms, tunakuta, we enjoy the whole thing, but again, we exit.
Oh, I thought you were giving the mic.
At least allow me know that it has gone through me. So this is evening. Good evening. Good evening. My name is Dennis Tianta once more. And so my question goes towards the digital platform players. And the key thing around it is sustainability. I think as Sue was speaking, there's something she mentioned about heavy reliability on support from other organizations. And I believe that's one of the key risk factors when it comes to agri-tech platforms. So my question is, moving forward now that we're putting this as a centerpiece of extension and getting rid of the silos, how do we go about ensuring that these platforms do not fully rely on partner donations, funds, but could also be able to generate enough revenue to sustain their operations? So that is one. The other question is around traceability, especially now that we're talking about grassroots levels. I think with the bigger players, we've been able to see quite a bit of progress when it comes to traceable food. But on the grassroots level, that's where we still have quite a bit of an issue. So using the platforms, number one, and I know the platforms are a good instrument to collect data, and this is probably going to go to Professor Kengai. The other question is, how do we harness this data from the grassroots level to be able to provide traceability to the food that is coming from the grassroots level, which is majority of the food in our markets? So thank you.
So I was told two more. So let me pick these two, and then we.
Yes, good evening. My name is Wael from Siaya County. So my question is that we were giving examples of Kenya School of Law, and in our midst also I guess that we have Kenya Veterinary Board. So this organization, I have colleagues who are working with like as vets. So these colleagues are well registered and they have a license, meaning that in any case the extension that they are providing to their farmers, all that information or anything that happens in the field, it is well captured and it is well known that so and so did this and this, and the license can be revoked in case of anything. So I was asking that, is there a provision where, or at some point we will reach that phase where all the officers, or rather the reached to a level where we are all registered like under one platform where we can know that so and so is offering extension in this field or somewhere in this county. Secondly, we know that our farmers have so much information. Just the same way the other guy said, farmers have so much information that they know, and it is upon them to choose which information they will pick. We also have farmers who are well versed with knowledge even more than us. So is there that provision, as we do the accreditation, is there that provision where we can recognize our farmers with the, for example, like the recognition of prior learning for Madam from Egerton University. So is there that provision where schools can partner with farmers in that if you have like some knowledge in a certain field, you are accredited to offer extension based on the field that you are well versed with, based on the recognition of prior learning. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Abigail Kuski. I am a founder of a company that's still a baby. I am a founder of Agri-Safari. The intention is to combine farming, tourism, and rural development. And that has been born from my experience working with intersectional farmers, farmer office organizations, the cooperatives, and processors. And everything that has been said here is quite a challenge, stemming from digital extension, content, markets, and basically all the farmer solutions. And my experience has been that farmers do know more than we think. Farmers are really smart, and half the time the people that we visit them sometimes do mislead them. I was in a forum the other day last week where we were giving certification to a group of farmers I worked with, organic certification. And immediately after that session, the farmers were like, who is going to buy our products? How do we get them to the market? How do we aggregate them? How do we prevent any kind of post-harvest loss? And I asked the farmers, how do we help? And they say, if we can get our own cooling area here, like, what's the word? Refrigeration in the local area level. And even one farmer said, when the farmers are being given subsidized fertilizer from the government, why is it that there are no organic fertilizers or organic inputs during these events? You only provide NPK, DAP, and all that. So those are the questions I couldn't answer as well. There's also an aspect of farmers wanting to know if a farmer doing greenhouse farming, and I do organic farming, and one farmer does open field farming with conventional methods, the one doing conventional methods automatically wins. So my company is born from the idea that at the office, at corporate level, we sit and think that farmers do have a couple of problems and we do build solutions. I have worked for Farmeta for 2.5 years. And in that time, the main product, the Finland platform, has been the main provider of digital advertising. But I've worked on 2 projects that gave me this idea today. One, we did a very human-centered design approach to solving farmers' problems, and how did we achieve this? I met with 2 cooperatives. I sat with them, asked them, what are your problems? I did not speak to the managers, the station agents, I spoke to farmers, the women, the youth, and the men, asking them, what is your problem? And from there, we did a whole ideation process of developing a marketplace. One was for potato, another one was quality-based milk pricing. And for the potato, we did all the implementation, prototyping to the technical implementation. And that is going to be more successful because it was born at the farm level. We sat at the ground and built this product. Same thing with the milk. The farmers were being told, your milk is being delivered because of ABCD, but they didn't get that feedback after 14 hours or sometimes at the end of the month. But they were not given enough time to respond to this problem. So that product was born with the idea that farmers need a solution right now that speaks to them. I will answer another question that someone asked about content. Farmers respond to content if it sounds like their neighbor. So how did we achieve this? We did not give them content from our desks. We developed content from their homes. So we film them milking their cows, washing their containers, telling their caddies exactly what they do every day. So this told me that farmers do know what they are doing, they just need to share with the other people. So peer-to-peer learning. So my company is born of the idea that we here, we need organic food. We here, we need to know how the farmers are harvesting their coffee, how their vegetables are tethered, how their chicken are doing, but you don't go to their farms. And they want that visibility. Farmers want visibility. So my company will bring the stakeholders, the people that do AI, people that develop solutions for farmers, people that sell fertilizer, people that sell organic inputs to the farmers, and how will I achieve this? I am a marathoner by profession, I do run every weekend. So I'm bringing the people, and the people that run could be you as well, right? Some of you work out and appear on resources at farm level. So my company will be bringing you, meet the farmers, and now we do a learning environment at farm level, and it provides two things. One, income for the farmer, because we will be eating at farm level, eating the farmers' food, and they do provide homestays, the farmers will get income from them. So my idea is to ensure that in as much as we want to help the farmers from a solutions point of view, a policy point of view, recruitment point of view, we also help them from an income point of view. So my question to, sorry I forgot the name, but the second from the left is, you say that Kenyan women farmers are working a lot. It is very true. A high percentage of farmers in Kenya are tended over by women. But realizing that a majority of the income from all the work women have put in goes, the men basically earn the paycheck and they distribute in the household. So the women rarely make decisions from the income at home. And tech or even innovations that are taken to farmers at ground level do not, or very rarely, look at the circumstances that women face. I said that a woman in a dairy farm in Mumbai, and she told me she rarely touches her phone, it's once in a day, and when she does that because she has a problem at home, or the farm was a very specific time, which means this one is with children, time, her roles at home, and so other aspects before even adopting tech. So before you take tech to the farmers, how the tech should be speaking to that farmer. Do they get the support at 7 in the evening when they're having supper, or in the morning, or in the afternoon? These are the things that matter when you're offering solutions to farmers. So I am really keen to see how the partnership will be come out. And I'm happy that ACRA says that supporting youth and women-led organizations that are into sustainable farming. And to the government, if we are very serious about protecting the soil and the food that, as you say from the data, in as much as we promote organic, let's also control the agrochemical dealers, because those are really out there to sell, but not care about the soil. Thank you very much.
Let's have the last one here from my board member, because we can
yeah. I'll make it very brief. Thank you. Once again, my name is Dr. Steve Machan. Probably I just wanted to get some clear information. Because I have seen we have quite a number of young extensionists here. I think you raised your hands when my friend asked how many of us are here. May I see your hand again? Those who are practicing, young people. Okay, thank you very much. And I think, unfortunately, many of you own companies, or you are in charge of certain projects. So the issue here is, because we are trying to see how we can improve our extension, where do you get your extension packages? Where do you get your extension packages? When you disseminate this information to farmers, are you still using lecturers' notes? Or where is the reference material? I'm saying this because I'm not underrating when my friend there said that probably you are giving an extension service to a mango farmer and the spacing can be 6 by 6. But that may have been old. Now it can be even 5 by 5 meters. What's the spacing of mango? What is the spacing of mango? And are we saying here that the extension we are talking about is just digital extension? Is that what we are saying? And when you say that the spacing of a particular crop is this, it is according to who? When I'm saying according to who is the reference, when lastly have you visited Calgary to buy some technical packages? Do you even have one? Is there anyone of you who can say, I provide my extension services using technical handbook number that or this and this? Have you collected any information in terms of technical handbooks from the Ministry of Agriculture or Livestock? Where do you get this information where you develop platforms? Do you just Google information? Or how? There's a terrible gap here, to be sincere. And the Calgary, when have you, my question is, when did you lastly produce the last technical packages to be used? Because we have quite a number of them. Because if these young farmers, young extensionists don't get the right information, then what are we disseminating? I think let's start there.
Okay, thank you very much. That is very important. And when we were consulting with Bangladesh here, he said, I think it will be important we get some of those questions tomorrow, because we are going to start with a session of the young people who can be able to give us their experience. We have a panel here, and they'll be able to share what they have been doing, the big VBS, and that is a question we need to take forward tomorrow, and it will be able to form part of our declaration tomorrow at the end of the day. So I think that one is key, it's a very important point, but I think for now we may not do it justice. That is why I would propose tomorrow we make sure that we are out here. But in the meantime, let me give back to the moderator to be able to release the team and ask them, then we can be able to look at that one tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Mondi. I know people are tired. It is 5. We have extended the panelists' time. We were given 40 minutes, but I think the discussion will be very interesting. The questions were very interesting. But as they have said, we have some of these issues which I think we are going to discuss some of them tomorrow. So I want you to join me as we say a very, very big thank you to our panelists. They have been patient here, they have answered your questions, and some of them I'm sure they're going to answer tomorrow. So can you give them a round of applause? Thank you very much. So I give back the mic to Wally.
So thank you very much, Mona, for that. It was a very interactive session, learning a lot. And we are told there is always room to learn more. So we are almost coming towards the tail end of our program today, because we have not booked accommodation here. So it's more of people moving us from home or from another place, so that we can be able to convene tomorrow. So for tomorrow, we said our program is very flexible, and also we would want, particularly the young entrepreneurs, including the PBS, to be able to also tell us exactly what they are doing. So we'll give them an opportunity in the morning, and we'll be able to have a panel discussion. It may not be that long, but there are issues we'll be able to really look at before we go to the next very interesting session, where we have papers which will be presented by some of us who are here. We have a total of 3 papers and I think 6 innovations, which we are going to share tomorrow among ourselves. It's a way of disseminating that so that we can be able to see which are these very innovative practices. And then from there, with the ED from AFAS and Kuleshi, we'll be able to see how we'll be able to award certificates to those people who will be able to participate. And at the end of the day, we need to come up with an action plan where we'll be able to hold each other responsible for the coming 1 year or coming number of years, which we can be able to bring from moving from silos to systems, because that is what we are working through. So at this point, I would like to invite Madam Daphne, who is presenting our chair today. They had talked to really pass us out of that and then dismiss us. Then from there, we'll be able to give you any logistic issues, and then we have tea or coffee break as we leave.
Thank you, Peter. Wow, this is beautiful. We are still almost how we started. And this shows a lot of commitment, especially on the great topic that we are discussing. And this is a clear indication that this is a felt need. It's not just something abstract that we KEFAS and AGRA thought about, because we need to move out of our silos and start working in systems. I'll take this opportunity on behalf of KEFAS Board and KEFAS Secretariat, and of course our able partners who have made it possible for us to be here today. I want to particularly thank all the presenters for today. We have had rich and very informative presentations. You could see a lot of preparation went into it. It's not just somebody being invited and coming. This was something, and some of them with a lot of passion. And this is what we want to go forward with. And then our panelists. Wow. We have kept you here not because we just wanted you to sit here, but you could see the richness of what you shared. I want to take this opportunity to really thank you for sharing so passionately. I was talking to an extensionist earlier when we were having lunch and during our break, and we were saying, as we were taught methodologies earlier on extension, and now joining with the digital era, we can make a big impact around extension and advisory services, because you could see the passion in Sue, on platforms, on the digital information. You could see the passion in Kiringai, Kamangu, about what he's doing in Muranga. You know, these are things, practical things that are working. We are not only talking about what can be done, it is what we are already doing. So on behalf of all of us, we just want to say thank you for your participation. Thank you for you who have sat through to listen and planning to come tomorrow. Because tomorrow is now when we solidify all what you've discussed and then put the action that each one of us will done with. This is not an action for KEFAS, it's an action for all of us. So that come next year, when we have the fourth, I'm already on the fifth one, you can see the excitement. We will be talking about what we have achieved as a system that is working. So thank you so much. We take this opportunity to wish you well. Have a good and rested evening, and let's meet tomorrow with the same enthusiasm. Thank you so much, and I believe we'll meet all of us tomorrow. Asanteni sana.
Before we get somebody to pray for us, I'm sure we have some tea outside here, and we have some young people who have been invited, the VBAs and the digital connectors. I know we need to facilitate them. Those ones are our priority for now, but tomorrow we should be able to reimburse at least fair to everybody. But for today, we'll be able to focus on the digital connectors and the entrepreneurs or AVBs who have been invited outside Nairobi. So you bear with us, but tomorrow we'll be able to sort it out. With the grace you are working around that. Sawa. Okay. So make sure you also come. So who will pray for us? So you want to pray for us? So today is not ready to pray for us.
Let us believe and pray. Almighty and everlasting Father, we are so grateful to you this beautiful evening. Thank you for being together with us through the day. Thank you for the deliberations and we've had the discussions and the action points, Jehovah Father. We commit them to you. Your word says it is the work of man to plan, but you're the one who brings it to come to pass. And so, Lord, we commit these discussions to you. Father, Lord, we are discussing them for the betterment of our farmers, and we pray, dear Lord, that you may have your way. We pray that you follow these words, Jehovah Father, that they will be of impact to our farmers, and even as our country, even as we look towards food security, as we look at successful entrepreneurs, Jehovah Father, and even as we look at ways of mitigating climate change and its impacts, Jehovah Master. And so, Lord, we commit them to you, and we pray that you be with us and help us. Thank you for all the panelists. Thank you for all the presenters. We pray that you will bless them and you continue filling their cup, that they will have more to disseminate to the world out here. As we part this evening, we pray that gracious God will be with us, accord us tender mercies to our places of residence, and be with us. And when we meet again here tomorrow, we shall be careful to thank you and to give you. And so that we honor and worship your name this evening. So this is our humble prayer of faith in Jesus' mighty and holy name. And now in the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit, be with us now and forevermore. Amen.
The VBAs, you know yourselves. I think you go to faith, they'll be able to take up the numbers. The others one, and the digital connectors. Yeah, there are those ones who have been invited by Agra, and also KEFAS. You go and see faith, so that we can facilitate it, because you know you are coming from far. Those ones, we have to take care of them, because they not go far away. For the others who are from Nairobi, I say tomorrow we'll be able to reimburse your fare.
I have it on a flash stick here, but when I get
you have it in
I will send it to you WhatsApp on my
I'm trying to remember. It's been a while ago. Yes, yeah. So that's where we worked a lot. Yes.